Good evening and welcome to the December 9th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. If we can have roll call, please.
Messina.
Here.
Ingalls.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Coppice.
Here.
Fleming.
Here.
Jamtas.
Here.
McCracken. Here.
Okay, if you can join me for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I need approval of the November 12th minutes, please.
I so move.
I have a motion by Fleming,
Second?
second by McCracken. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. At this time, any public comment that isn't related to any of our items on our agenda tonight? Okay. Staff comments, please?
All right. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
A few updates for you and also for the public, those in the audience and viewing from home. There is an area of impact public hearing that has been noticed, and so the Commission is aware of that, and a lot of community members that live outside of city limits have received postcards for the hearing that's before the County Board of County Commissioners. That's on December 18th. And that is really just a procedural thing. The state statutes changed about a year and a half ago, and so there's a requirement that by the end of this year, so December 31st, we have to have new area of impact maps in place. The maps would replace what's been in effect since the 1990s. And for Coeur d'Alene, we're actually proposing a reduction of our map boundary. And so it's not changing anything. People aren't getting annexed. There's no development happening. It's really just a procedural thing showing if someone is within that area that would be within, for Coeur d'Alene's area, it would be they'd be annexing into the city if they are adjacent to city limits, and if infrastructure is available, they'd have to go through the public hearing process for annexation. So nothing is happening. It's just procedural, and hopefully that helps clarify that a little bit. There was an article in the press today that also provided some clarification. For our January Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we have an annexation and subdivision request pending that area of impact map. Hopefully we have a new map in place by that time. If we do, then we'll be able to have that public hearing. That's off of Thomas Lane. And then just for the commissioners, I handed out to you this evening, I think you also received emails. The Housing Solutions Partnership has done an annual planning and zoning workshop, and so that will be taking place in January on the 29th. And so that is generally planning and zoning commissioners, some members of the development community and other agencies have attended, elected officials, and that's for throughout Kootenai County. So that's all I have this evening.
All right, thanks, Hillary. Any commission comments? There are none? Okay. We're going to move on to first item, and it is applicant is JBR Land Holdings. It's a request for a one-year extension for a 4-lot, 2-tract subdivision known as Juniper Ridge. And Sean, you give us a little update?
Yes.
And before you start, can everybody hear me okay? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Sean, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Planning Commission, good evening. So tonight before you, you have a subdivision request, which is for S424. The applicant seeks a one-year extension of preliminary plat approval for a 4-lot, 2-tract subdivision known as Juniper Ridge. It was originally approved by Planning and Zoning on November 12th of 2024. This extension would extend the expiration date from tonight to December 9th of 2026. So this is a 2.12 acre parcel that was formerly in Kootenai County. It was zoned ag suburban, annexed into the city with R12 zoning. It has 4 residential lots. Each would contain a 6-plex totaling 24 dwelling units, one tract for open space, which was 10% of the site as required by the PUD, and then 1 tract for a private road. So the project was 3 parts. It was an annexation, a PUD, and a subdivision. The annexation is complete and recorded. The PUD has been completed as far as the final development plan, which was received by staff and ultimately approved. So this is just for that subdivision. Okay, so per the applicant's request letter, They necessitated, they said that they have ongoing efforts to secure financing and schedule infrastructure for the construction in 2026, and that their civil engineering plan was approved in July of 2025, so they have been moving forward, and with delays attributed to securing financing for 2026 infrastructure construction. There are department comments in here. Suffice it to say that none of the departments had any concerns with that. As part of that approval, there was a total of 19 conditions, none of which staff has wanted to change or update or add to. With that, Planning Commission must consider this request and approve with modifications, or deny the one-year extension of the preliminary plat for Juniper Ridge. That's
Okay.
it.
Questions? Go ahead.
Do you want a
Any
motion?
questions, Sean? No? Okay, then I just need a simple motion.
Okay, a motion we approve the one-year extension for Juniper Ridge.
I have a motion from McCracken. I have a second from Copus. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that is passed. Okay, we're going to get into our public hearing, but before I open that, I just want to let you know that there's a sign-up sheet for the first public hearing, which is related to Coeur. And I will probably, depending on how many people have signed up, do one swear-in with the oath for everybody. But also want to point out, if you do want to speak, which we hope you do, this is related to the first few phases, and the connectivity is basically
Three phases.
three phases. I'm sorry. The connectivity to these three phases is not going to go through Indian Meadows. That will come up somewhere down the future. So the only access to this, I believe, and Sean could clarify this if I'm wrong, it is going to be through Hanley and perhaps Industrial Loop. So if you do wish to speak, which is great, but you are coming up here to address how Coeur, as a full development, is going to affect Indian Meadows, that is not part of what you should be speaking about. So if you do come up and start speaking about how it affects Indian Meadows neighborhood at this point in time, I will ask you respectfully not to talk about that, because it has nothing to do with our hearing this evening. Also, the applicant will come up first. He'll have his time to speak, and then anyone else that does wish to speak will have 3 minutes, and a buzzer will go off after 3 minutes. And once that buzzer is heard, I'll give you another 5 seconds, and then I respectfully ask you to conclude your statements at that time. So we have other people who do want to speak. And then the applicant will come back up again to answer any issues that might have come up. And then I will close the public hearing on that particular item, and it will come to commission for further discussion. So I hope everyone understands that and respects what I just said, and be respectful of each other and not have any outbreaks in the audience here. So just be respectful, and hopefully we'll get out of here not too long. Okay? Go ahead, Sean.
All right, thank you. Okay, so tonight, before Planning and Zoning Commission, we have a request. It is 3 parts. It is a PUD, a subdivision, and a landscaping plan. The owner is Lakeside Companies, the applicant is Affinity at Coeur LLC, and the GOAT at Coeur LLC. The request is for those 3 items. The location is a 64-acre parcel, or multiple pieces that would be subdivided, located west of the industrial park in Northshire, south of School District 271 property. Proper legal notice was provided, including mail, posting the site, as well as publication in the local paper. So this is an aerial photo of the property. Denoted in the black outline is Coeur in its entirety, and then the white area is the 64-acre property that is the question for this evening. City limits is in the green areas, so there are some areas which are not in city limits nearby, but this is the Coeur in its entirety. So those three items tonight, planned unit development, which if approved would allow for 595 units across the 64 acres, made up of 170 age-restricted apartments, which is zoned R17, 137 single-family lots, which are zoned R3 and R8, and 288 multifamily apartments, which would be known as the GOAT apartments, which is Phase 3, which is also zoned R17. The preliminary plat for Coeur 1 subdivision would allow for the subdivision for those homes, as well as the open space, stormwater, parkland tracts. I believe there's about 13 of those total. And then the two lots, which would be known as Affinity and the GOAT apartments. And then last but not least is a landscaping plan, so anytime that there is a parking lot that has 300 or more parking stalls associated with it, Planning Commission must review and approve the landscaping plan for the parking. Okay, so a little bit of history in the background of this request. So the property has been annexed into the city, zoning has been prescribed to the property, and there is a development in place. After, let's see, that took place it was in 2022 is when it came in, approved ultimately early 2023. Following annexation, Kootenai Land Company applied for a 4-lot short plat called Full Circle Tracts on the north end of the project, which created a total of 4 parcels. One was for the city's water tower, another for a future school site. There was a piece that recently was purchased and approved, and I'll talk about that with Amendment 3 by the LDS Church, and then a remainder parcel that was 43.35 acres. Amendment number 1 followed thereafter. It went in front of council on April 15th of 2025. It adjusted the city water utility timeline, relocated a well site, but also with that, it denied a request to allow the underlying zoning to govern and rejected a zone change from R17 to C17. Amendment number 2 happened on October 21st, which modified Exhibit E, which changed cluster triplex land use designation to a combination of active adult senior living and multifamily, which was in anticipation of tonight's hearing. And then Amendment number 3, which unfortunately wasn't able to make it into my staff report because it just happened last Tuesday, but that allowed the LDS Church to amend Exhibit E to allow for religious assembly instead of the urban townhomes that was provided in Exhibit E. Okay, so moving on a little bit to the background information here. So on the 64.12 acre parcels, it's currently undeveloped ag land, primarily flat topography, well-drained soils, no floodplains or wetlands, and it's located near the Coeur Boulevard, south of Hanley, and within the Coeur development. So the applicant is asking for those 3 phases that I just recently talked about. The PUD also includes 15.39 acres of associated open space and stormwater tracts, as well as parkland tracts, which features a 5.4 acre public park that would be open to everyone, as well as a multi-use trail system. So this 64 acres represents approximately 14.6% of the 438 acre land total, and the overall density of this request would be 9.3 units per acre. So that's what it looks like. So phase 1 is in the northwest corner of the request. That is the Affinity. Phase 2 down below is single family dwelling units. and as well as the future city park here. All of these smaller lots would be the R8 lots. There is a site for a future well, as well as one R3 parcel, and then the remaining tracks here, this would contain a 10-foot wide trail that would run up all the way up and around the city water tower and up to Hanley. So as Chairman Messina said as well, as Coeur 1 is not connecting to any of the roadways in the surrounding residential areas or Hutter Road with this proposal, the only roadway connections are to Coeur, which is along here that runs up to Hanley, and then a connection to Industrial Loop, which is shown here. So there are 7 findings that need to be made for a planned unit development. and all of these must be made to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission. The first one is whether or not the proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So the 2022 to 2042 comprehensive plan land use map states that the property, well, it's within city limits, and the plan designates the properties as urban neighborhood and single family neighborhood. So this is the city in its entirety, so you can see what the scope is as far as the full city limits, and then zoomed into the subject property. Falls within the single family neighborhood, which are places that are lower in density. Housing areas across Coeur d'Alene where most of the city's residents live, primarily in single family homes on larger lots. And that is to the south here, where it's the lighter yellow color. Supporting uses typically include neighborhood parks and recreation facilities. Compatible zoning districts within this place type are residential at 1 unit per gross acre, R3, R5, R8, which is the request here, and MH8, and then the one single family, R3. The urban neighborhood place type is described as highly walkable neighborhoods with larger multifamily building types, shared green spaces, and parking areas. They're typically served with graded street patterns, and for larger developments may have an internal circulation system. Development typically consists of townhomes, condominiums, apartments with convenient access to goods, services, and dining for nearby residents. Supporting uses include neighborhood parks and recreation facilities, parking, office, and commercial development. Compatible zoning districts are residential at 17 units per gross acre, which is the request for tonight. R34 with a special use permit, neighborhood commercial, community commercial, C17, which is a commercial district, and C17L, which represents where the well site would be. So moving on to the comprehensive goals and objectives, there is a number of them that fit on here. I will not read all of these into the record, but I do like to highlight the goals. So community and identity, goal number 1 is Coeur d'Alene citizens are well-informed, responsive, and involved in community discussions. I always like to point out that, everybody who showed up tonight loves our city, and we're glad that you showed up. We're more than willing to listen, and you have your time at the mic in a moment. So goal, community identity number 2 is maintain a high quality of life for residences and businesses that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live and visit. Goal number 3, Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for median and below income levels, including young families, working class, low income, and fixed income households. Environment and recreation, there's 2 of those that staff thought fit the best. There is a list at the end of that you can choose from when you go through your findings. These are just the curated ones from staff. So goal ER2 is provide diverse recreation opportunities, and goal 3 for environment and recreation is protect and improve the urban forest while maintaining defensible spaces that reduce the potential for forest fire. Goals, growth and development. Goal 1 is develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. Goal growth and development number 2, ensure appropriate, high-quality infrastructure to accommodate community needs and future growth. And goal number 3, support the development of a multimodal transportation system for all users. Health and safety, last but not least, support a social, mental, and physical health in the city of Coeur d'Alene and the greater region. And HS2 or 3 is continue and provide exceptional police, fire, and emergency services. And then last but not least is the transportation maps. So the bicycle network, walking network, and city link routes are shown here. And as you can see, this is vacant property, so those are not in existence yet, but they are close by. So finding B2, the design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So site design and planning. The site design and planning is made up of 3 distinct uses: adult active senior living and apartments on the northern third, that represents the R17 zoning, with single-family homes, a public city park, and a future well site to the south. That represents the remaining zones. So all of the proposed uses are supported by both passive and active open space and multiple trail sections, 2 of which converge on the southeast end of a planned 5.4 acre public park near the terminus of West Spires Avenue. So I need to mention as well is that 3 gates are shown within the affinity phase construction. However, the available restriction is associated with the parking for the units, leaving ample visitor parking available, and the 3rd gate would remain closed and only used for emergency fire department services when it's needed. There is a condition that's associated with that through the fire department at the end of the report. Okay, so location, setting, and existing uses. So this specific area within Coeur is vacant and currently used for ag, and it butts the industrial park located to the east and is located just south of the recently approved short subdivision that created the future middle school site, which was purchased by School District 271. The southeastern edge of the request is near the terminus of West Spires, which is right here. And beyond the remaining edges of the PUD to the north, south, and west are also vacant, with recent installation of the northernmost portion of Coeur Boulevard, which will serve as a main north-south vehicle and pedestrian route upon completion. So that would be right here. So per the applicant's narrative, Coeur 1 PUD is intentionally designed with careful transitions between uses. Single-family homes are located along the project's edges adjacent to existing neighborhoods, providing a compatible scale and character. Taller multifamily buildings are located toward the project's interior, separated by wide landscape buffers, open space tracks, and internal roads. These design strategies ensure that the experience along the shared edges of the property feels residential, walkable, and consistent with the surrounding neighborhood fabric. So these are the PUD site plans, and as part of the request, a PUD, they can change the dimensional standards, ask for different parking standards, that sort of thing. They cannot change the density. So with the affinity, all they're asking, they can meet all the requirements for parking, the setbacks, etc. They are asking for height modification of 9 feet from 45 feet to 54 feet. It would be 4 stories in height. Normally you can fit 4 stories in 45 feet, but that ends up being a flat-topped roof, and so that extra 9 feet would provide a slope to the building. For phase 3 here, and I'm skipping a phase, I'll get to the next phase. It was just next to each other and easier to describe it this way, as they didn't request any code modifications that are able to meet all setbacks, height, parking, landscaping, etc. So this was a line of sight drawing which they had provided, the applicant had provided. It's a little bit difficult to understand, but I'll explain it. So down here in the corner, in the lower right-hand corner, these numbers correspond with the sight lines that you have from different areas. So from Hutter Road, Elcat, and Coeur Boulevard. So that represents 1, 2, and 3. And then 4 is the Affinity Building, which they're asking for the height request of 9 feet. So you can see, based from the scale of a human at Hutter, that line travels through landscaping and additional buildings prior to being able to see the height that is requested. Same with Elcat and Coeur Boulevard. These colored lines represent those sight lines. And then turning around and looking the opposite way from 5 to 4 is what this lower area represents. And so that's from the common open space, which is the 10-foot trail at the edge. And looking west from a distance of approximately 880 feet, what that sight line would look like to the top of the proposed affinity structure. And last but not least is phase 2, which is to the south. This map represents the R8 single-family homes, as well as the future city park, the future well site, and then the R3 single-family home to the south. The tract here, tract C, represents where that 10-foot trail would be, as well as where that trailhead and local access would move through to industrial park. These grayed out areas, I'll mention it right now since this map is up, but this would satisfy the 5% requirement for affordable housing. That's what these darker gray lots represent. The reason why they are not shown here is because these would be for rent and they're multiple floors and you can't identify which ones those are at this time. However, they do meet the minimum standard. Okay, moving on to zoning and general. So photos. So this is the terminus of Spires looking southeast. This is also where the gas line, the Yellowstone pipeline signs are located. We'll discuss that a little bit in the future. And down here is looking north. You can see where the test site was for the well, which is located here with the red arrow, and then the standpipe, or the large water tower here, which is located off in the distance. Okay, so this picture represents where the current R3 at Northshire is located, and the transition from that to the industrial park. And then when you're further north along the edge of the industrial park, looking towards Hanley, and that's where the water tower is located. So as you travel north, this would be where that future trail would be located. The red arrow denotes where it would wrap around and wrap around the water tower and where the trail would end up being. So this is looking at Carrington along Hanley and where that trail access would be and would come off of and be perpendicular to the existing trail along Hanley now. And last but not least is looking south, so basically turning around and looking south along the edge of the industrial park towards Spires. So finding B3 is the proposal is or is not compatible with natural features of the site and adjoining properties. Let me catch up here. Okay. So existing conditions of the site, it's largely flat. There is a little bit of undulation out there, but that is due to it's the nature of the size. These light green, they're probably hard to see, are 5-foot contours over many acres, so it looks quite flat. The design of the area incorporates a proposed trail along the eastern edge of Coeur, adjacent to Industrial Park, to serve as a buffer between the residential areas and the more intensive uses within the industrial zone. And finding B4 is the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. And so this is where the city staff has weighed in across stormwater, streets, traffic, water, wastewater, and fire. They're very long. I don't think I'll take the time to read all of those into the record. They are within your staff report. If you have any questions about those, staff is here to help answer any questions. So. All right, so building elevations. So this is showing what is proposed. This is the Affinity Phase 1 and the different elevations of the site. So looking from the west, this would be the front. I did scale this out. It ended up being from one end to the other approximately 420 feet across the front. The west elevation from the left side and the west elevation from the right side. This is the east elevation, the back side, and then the left side and the right side. Then the wing, there are two wings. This is the north wing as well as the south wing. So this would represent that extra 9 feet that they have requested through the PUD modification of allowable height from 45 to 54. Along with the Infinity is a pool house, and this is what is proposed for the pool house, the elevation. So phase 2, which is to the south, this is the R8 area, and the one R3 house, this is what the building elevations would look like. These are conceptual. There are 2 of them, so that's what the homes would look like in general. And then last but not least, phase 3 are the GOAT apartments. These apartments would meet the height requirement or the height limitation of 45 feet, and this is what the elevations would look like. All right, roadway sections throughout the request. So these are the typical sections and what those widths are for the right-of-ways that would be created and built if approved. And also their conceptual signage. And finding B5, the proposal does or does not provide adequate private common open space area as determined by the commission, no less than 10% of gross land area free of buildings, streets, driveways, or parking areas. In this case, there are parking areas, and that is due to the development agreement, which required parking for this to ensure that there was available parking for users. The common open space shall be accessible to all users of the development and usable for open space and recreational purposes. Okay, so the landscape, you can see here, this edge where there is a trail system along here, as well as the trail system that bookends the site and then travels up to the north and then wraps around the water tower. If you take a look right here, this will help you, this key map will help you understand where on the site we are at any given time.
On the trail side on Industrial Loop, is that just a trail right next to the chain link fence that's already there? Or is there additional landscaping? It's kind of hard to tell.
Along here?
Yeah.
There's, the landscaping is on the west side with a fence on the east side. Is what,
Hardscape and any
Is it the
softscape.
Yeah, is it
One-
the
one
existing
at a time.
fence, I guess, that is there? Just the chain link that's on the back of the industrial park? Or,
I'll leave that up to the
Okay.
applicant. There wasn't a
I just had a hard
description of the
time
fence in the application, so I'll have to defer to the applicant. But good question.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on the south end, which this is phase 2, the gray lots show single-family homes. The remaining tracks denote either open space or stormwater retention areas. So this would be the connection to the industrial park, 10-foot trail on the east side, and then the continuation of that trail to the south, which ultimately ties into a future city park. Once again, this is where we are on the site. And then zoomed out, showing the 5.4 acre public park, public city park. This is a design. It's important to note that our Parks Department, as part of the development agreement, would also like to have a hand in the design of this, and so this is conceptual and subject to change depending on Parks Department input on what the final design looks like, and then what the trail looks like as it wraps around the water tower. And then zoomed into that park area, and then showing the parking, which would be accessed like this. So these are the western edges zoomed in and what those amenities are in the trees, as well as the design of the trail system. Then everybody will have to tilt their head. This is the only time I couldn't fit everything in, and I actually asked of the applicant to provide a trail connectivity map, which shows in its entirety where all the trails are, as well as the sidewalks and and other amenities for pedestrians through the site. So everybody can see how that would connect. All right, so finding B6, off-street parking does or does not provide parking that is sufficient for users of the development. And so the parking analysis, they did not request any parking reductions at all. I provided what the multifamily housing here is. It's based on number of bedrooms. All of the single-family homes will be required to provide one or two stalls paved off-street. That the proposal does or does not provide for an acceptable method for the perpetual maintenance of all common property. So the applicant's narrative states that an HOA would be created and maintain all the private open space tracks, stormwater facilities, pathways, landscaping, and irrigation. The city will maintain public water, sewer, and fire flow systems, and that would meet the requirement of the city. I feel like I missed a piece, so let me hop back here real quick, which was, I thought I had this in the slide, what the requests are in the R8 area for modifications to the PUD. I want to make sure that I touch on that. I know them off the top of my head, and it seems like maybe my slide got misplaced. But they are asking for, inside of each one of these lots, 40-foot frontages instead of 50-foot frontages. They do not want 10-foot front yard setbacks. That was originally in their request. However, staff reached out to them and let them know that you can have a one-story unenclosed porch that can be covered that extends 10 feet into the 20 feet, and that is already allowed by code. And they said, well, if that's the case, then we would not need a 10-foot front yard, because that's what they were looking for, as well as a 10-foot rear yard and 5-foot side yards instead of 5 and 10-foot side yards. So that would be what they're asking for in the R8. So let me get back to where I was. So moving on to subdivision, that ends the planned unit development findings. And so I'll catch back up here. There are a total of 4 subdivision findings that must be made. Find them. Sorry. Long staff report. Okay, yes, there are 4 findings for subdivision. The first is that all of the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been met as attested to by the city engineer. Chris Bosley, who is here tonight, has stated that the preliminary plans submitted contain all of the general preliminary plat elements as required by the municipal code. So this is what that preliminary plat looks like and what the subdivision would ultimately look like if approved. And finding B2, that the provision for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities and utilities are or are not adequate. So I refer you back to the PUD findings that we had just discussed, which are findings B2 and B4. We will not rehash all of that. This is the utilities, and now how the utilities would be laid out for water and sewer. And to the south, where the single-family homes are, where the water and sewer, which are the city utilities, would be located. And then the utility that the city does not own, but which runs through the site, is the Yellowstone pipeline. And so on phase 2, you can see the edge here of the R8 and the edge of the city park, which is along here. There is a Yellowstone pipeline that runs through that. It's high-pressure gas line. That's where it's located. We did receive comments both from the owner of that pipeline as well as one from Gabe, which is a representative of the applicant, as they are discussing how that would all work out. And suffice to say that none of the proposed building sites would be within that easement. So Finding B3 is that the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all of the subdivision design standards within Chapter 16.15 and all of the subdivision improvement standards contained in 16.40, including any deviations approved through the PUD process. So we've discussed that, what the request is for that, for R8, as well as for the affinity structure and which phases those are in. But per the engineering review, for the purposes of the preliminary plans, both subdivision and design standards and improvement standards have been vetted for compliance, considering the deviations proposed through the PUD request, and that was submitted by Chris Bosley, our city engineer. Finding B4, the lots proposed in the preliminary plat do or do not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district, including any deviations approved through the PUD process. So as stated a couple of times now, as these are the zones that are represented in the request, what they are. So the R3, they go from the lowest density to the highest density, and what they are. So R3 was the single home site, R8 is the single family homes, R17 is multifamily, which is affinity and goat, and then C17L, the well site. So that wraps up those findings that need to be met. The Planning and Zoning Commission must approve the following. So we're on to the landscaping portion of this, which is LS 125. So this is a simple motion. There's no findings that really need to be made here. You just need to review and approve the amount of parking lot landscaping as a percentage of the stalls and the spacing distance. Suffice it to say, all the trees are located within 60 feet of all of the stalls. I do want to mention that there's two considerations here, both under the same LS, which is the landscaping 125 request. Catch up here again. So anytime that there is more than 300 stalls, 300 or more stalls located in a parking lot, Planning Commission does have to review this. So these are the two parking lot areas. The first one, there's a total amount of surface parking of 271, with 35 within carports and 48 within garages. That total does end up being over 300. However, the city's policy is for carports and garages that we would not require landscaping for those. So we thought it would be good out of transparency to just include it and show you what was going to be included here. So let me catch up again. Okay, so one more page. So the minimum amount of landscaping requirement is 5,853.6 square feet based on 12% of that parking area. The applicant is providing a total parking lot landscape area of 33,102 square feet. And with a total of 44 trees, the minimum amount that they would be required to provide would be 20, so they well exceed what the requirement would be. And I know in here there says that there's a minimum and maximum. The applicant did ask, can we not provide more than the maximum? And really what that is a limitation on Planning Commission, so that Planning Commission cannot require an exorbitant amount. It puts some guardrails on there for Planning Commission, is how that's set up. Okay, so for the other piece, losing my voice a little bit, goat apartments. So a bunch more parking than the other one, so a total of 558 stalls, 416 of those are surface parking. They are required at a minimum to provide 8,985.6 square feet, and a maximum, which would be a total of 16% at 11,980.8 square feet. They split that difference a little bit and ended up with 10,208 square feet with a total of 49 stalls, or 49 parking lot trees. And I'm trying to find where the tree minimum is. So they needed between 30 and 40 for their minimum and maximum number of parking lot trees, and they provided 49, so they are okay there. So last but not least are the proposed conditions, and there are 28 of those in total, and they are all listed in your report. I do not think we need to read these in here into the record. However, feel free to ask questions. Like I said, staff is here to answer any of your questions. These cover fire and police, planning, wastewater, water, parks, and engineering. You can find those on pages 63 to 65 of your staff report. So with that, Planning and Zoning Commission will need to consider these two requests, the PUD as well as the subdivision, and make separate findings to approve with conditions, deny, or deny without prejudice. And remember that the landscaping plan may be approved by a simple motion. No findings are required. With that, that'll wrap up my presentation, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, before we have any questions for Sean, I forgot to ask if any of the commissioners have a conflict of interest or has had any communications regarding these three items. No? Okay. John?
Thanks, Sean. That was a lengthy, difficult report. I appreciate all the work that must have gone into this. I have three questions, if I could. I think I know the answer to this. I just kind of want to get your opinion on the record. But with respect to the R8 zone houses, there's deviations, 4,000 square foot lots, 40-foot frontage, different setbacks and whatnot. Would it be your opinion that those are sort of ordinary and similar to other PUDs that we've been approved?
Yes, yeah, those are
Thank you.
Those are fairly typical to what you would see in like Coeur d'Alene Place.
Thank you. Second one,
Although they have 0-foot side yard setbacks.
I don't know if Monty's still around, but he was here earlier. Oh, he's here. Let's see the arrow pointing. Maybe this is for him, but you talked about the joint effort, and it's in the conditions that there would be a collaborative design effort for the park. And it's really cool that that's a public park. You know, the 10% open space that's required by the PUD doesn't have to be public, and I'm really happy that it is, because I might go use it, depending on what Monty puts in there. But with respect to, so there'd be a collaboration. Could you talk to the funding? In other words, sometimes in the past we've secured the dirt, but it's years and years and years before park impact fee money builds up in a bank to do the improvements. Is the developer on the hook for the improvements, or is impact fees going to pay for this? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so in the past, we've done it where they've given us the land and it's set for years, and we've come up with funding through grants or budgeting for it. In this case, we're trying something new. We're going to try it first at Hawk's Nest, or what formerly was called Hawk's Nest, is now the Trails, where we'll be doing a deal similar to what Post Falls has been doing, where we will be doing impact fees, likely we'll be doing impact fees to pay for the development of the park as it goes in, as the development reaches that spot anyway. So
Good.
we're hoping that works out.
Excellent. Appreciate that. Sounds like it's all under control. Appreciate it, Monty.
Yeah, and this park and the future park to the south, they're both required by our Parks Master Plan, as far as we did calculations on where population-wise a park would be needed throughout the city, and a neighborhood park and a community park were both needed in this development.
Appreciate it. Third question, I said I had three.
Go right ahead, John.
This one might be for Chris Bosley, our city engineer. As you're coming up here, I underscore what the chairman said, and as I understand the packet, and Sean flags an area highlighted here that we're reviewing what's before us tonight. We're not looking at the greater connections somewhere down the road or whatever else, but we're talking about this PUD, this subdivision as it connects to Hanley and industrial. That said, you point out that you're very comfortable with the mitigation efforts that include a new signal at Coeur and Hanley, signal timing adjustments along Hanley between Hutter and Atlas, and a new left turn pocket off industrial into the new development and so forth. So all that would be paid for by the developer. And it's, a condition like that seems to be in the conditions. The question I have for you would just be timing. So I don't see something in it that says timing, that the signal, the turn pocket, the timing works and whatnot need to be completed, say, before X date, say when the permits, are before the first permit's pulled, or can you speak to that?
We did have that conversation with the applicant about that because we didn't dictate when that timing would occur, but we all sort of agreed that we can't wait too long in putting that signal in on Hanley, or otherwise people who are potential home buyers might be frustrated by the fact that they can't get in and out of there.
So it's in their interest too.
Correct, yes. And we have more phases down the line where we could put those conditions on if things took too long, but
Perfect.
we're comfortable it will get done.
Thank you.
And then as far as the other mitigation measures that were not conditions of, but were identified in the traffic impact analysis, there were several different things they talked about there. We'll be collecting a lot of impact fees to help pay for that with this development.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a
Go ahead.
couple questions. I don't know, Chris, you can pass it to Glenn if you don't know the answer, I guess. I know we have a lot of people here from Indian Meadows, and I noticed in some of the comments, we do reference the connections, but they're referring to utility connections. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify for the room. It sounds like there's a 24-inch water main in Nez Perce, right? And then the water, my understanding is that per state rules, since there already is irrigation water in that parcel, you may have to separate, have an irrigation system, but you don't know yet until you do a study. Is that correct?
I think those are kind of getting overlapped with each other.
Okay, because they're kind of written in where there's an irrigation tie-in in Arrowhead, and then a water main in Nez Perce. Is that right?
The initial goal with the test well that was out there was the developer was looking at using that as an irrigation well to irrigate parks and green spaces within the development.
Okay.
So that's not going to get intertied with any of the domestic water mains that are out there.
Right. And so I guess, can you explain how those work, those work in this plan, just for everybody's awareness, that there already are connections in those streets and how they will eventually tie in, just so we kind of understand that?
Yeah.
Because I think when we see those streets written in, it kind of is like, oh, how's that working? You
Gotcha.
know? But I wanted to kind of understand that myself a little
The
better.
reason that we interconnect water mains is that we can serve our customers much better in events of an emergency. And it's what we call a floating system, so we can have loops all the way around. If we had what we kind of slang term of a tree system, we would have lots of dead-end mains that cause water quality issues for us. So any instances where we can intertie water mains to neighborhoods, I guess, will help with pressures, flows to those areas, and could potentially loop a dead-end main that would have water quality issues.
So currently, those two are dead-end mains at the moment?
I'd have to look at the map in detail to see which exactly.
But they'll have to be addressed either way.
Yep.
To keep
And-
your system working.
Yeah, as phases come further south, those will all be addressed when we see a plan for
Okay,
what's
so
going on.
regardless of street connections, the water connections will need to be made to loop your system.
Yep, in
Okay.
certain areas, yep.
And then, I guess as far as the wastewater as well, can someone speak a little bit to that connection, I guess? I got all the guys up here.
I think we have everybody.
Mike Anderson's coming up.
It's a
Glad you guys remembered me.
Yeah.
barbershop.
So wastewater in this area, it's all going to flow north. There's a lift station to the north. So there's no wastewater pipes in this northern, let's say, third of this community. So it's all going to, that'll flow north to the lift station, to the south.
Which they're paying to upgrade most of.
Right, yeah, so they're paying for all the infrastructure in the ground that's going to service this. And then as well, there'll be some, as you mentioned, some upgrades that are required to the lift station. And we're splitting some costs on that because we altered the agreement to change what it was we're upgrading on the lift station.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, Bill? Whoever you might need
Yeah.
to bring up again.
Sean, just two quick questions. The uses that are proposing here, the senior housing, the apartments, and the single-family homes, are basically permitted as a matter of right, correct?
Correct.
One other thing, the PUD ties them together into more or less a unified site plan, which allows the city to look at it from roadway connections within the actual platted area. So it expands your ability to review the site as a PUD as opposed to 3 separate applications. Is that correct?
Yes, that also is intertied to the subdivision itself. So those subdivision design standards really lay out like the pattern as well as the widths of those right-of-ways and how, if there's parking on one side or 2 sides.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of
Go ahead,
small
Lynn.
questions.
Yeah.
Right now, they've over-provided on their green space right now, and so they're going to bank, because right now they're providing 14.37 acres, and the 10% is only 6.4. So they have a overage, I guess, a bonus of 7.97 acres. Whose job is it to monitor that? Because we slipped on Belle Reve, and I want to make sure that every time these come forward, we see where we are at on that 10% and maintaining that.
That is an excellent question. Thank you for bringing that up. That is going to be a joint effort between the applicant as well as the city. That's part of the concurrency analysis, and it starts right here with this first request.
Yeah, we're going to stay on top of that one this time. The other thing is, I'm a fanatic about not paving over Paradise. Question on the Affinity. We have 170 units. Am I assuming then we have 2-bedroom units throughout that building structure? Because we're running at twice as many. We got 354 spaces. So that's 2 per unit. And I've got I ran into an Affinity resident today, a friend of mine, and she said, yeah, we don't use all those parking spaces because they're usually one person in the apartment. So it's not a lot of deuces in there. And I'm just worried that, is this driven by us or is it driven by Affinity?
It's a little bit of both in this case. So I believe that they're providing, and they can obviously speak for themselves, but that goes back to the gate system that I had talked about. So the gated system really provides that privacy to the stalls that are for the people that live there,
Right.
where there's a substantial area in the front that's for visitors, and that's probably that extra parking that you're referring to.
It's a
is for
twofer.
visitors.
Every single unit has 2 parking spaces. So, and it's not on, and it's the same thing at Goat, which I am assuming those are more family, they're multifamily, they've got 2 drivers more than likely, but I was curious about that number. So, all right, that's it. Thanks.
A little bit similar question on the affordable housing. How is that being monitored? The 5%? Or?
Yes, that is a good question. It's actually in the annexation and development agreement, and so it is, and the applicants can certainly speak to this because they need to work with them. That's most likely going to be PAHA that is going to run that in the background. That's part of the concurrency analysis, along with other items such as landscaping and banking that open area. And so that's, as each one of these happens, those will be tracked over time to be sure that they're within compliance.
Okay.
On that same point, I believe I read in our package, I'm not sure where exactly it is, but it says that city would monitor the affordable housing, or it might be self-administrated. And is self-administrated related to the applicant doing that, or is it the city?
It's within.
I think it was on page 50. I'm not quite sure what page 50 it is, because we have a lot of pages that are 50.
Sean, you want me to chime in
Let's
on
say.
that one?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that would be the applicant team has the ability, if they had their own in-house person that wanted to do the administration rather than working with Panhandle Affordable Housing Alliance or Habitat for Humanity or some other group.
Okay.
So that's what that means. The city staff would not administer it. We would collect any of the reporting documents from them just to make sure they're in compliance, but they could
And
they
that
could do
would
it on their
be-
own, or they could contract with an.
Okay, and that would be
Agency.
somewhat time-sensitive to make sure that that percentage that they're going to do for affordable housing has been completed based on how many units have been built and stuff. However, that is worked out with the outside agency, let's say, to monitor that, and then they will report back to the city.
That's correct. That's all built into the development,
Okay.
annexation development agreement.
Would it be the first time the unit is sold or each time after that?
It's in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, so. And that's kind of a new thing, right? So they'll have to find a new system, so.
Right, and just to further let you know what that, the way that the development agreement was written was that there would be 30 market rate units prior to that first, the first affordable unit, and it depends on whether or not they're rentals or ownership, and I talked about that in my, and so, so once they get to that 30, then it's 5% of whatever that is, rental or ownership, so they have to meet 5%.
I have one
Good.
question having to do with the right-of-way and the pipeline passing into Spires Avenue in the Northshire neighborhood. Will that also allow for bicycle traffic to have access off the new bike path into that neighborhood, or is that going to be a something that's not
The way that I understand it, the development agreement does allow for pedestrian access through there, but not vehicular. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Will there be a pathway through there?
Yeah, it
People will be invited to go either way, one way or another?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yeah, that's part of Tract C here, which is part of that open space. So it would connect through and have to pass over this street.
Would be a logical way for the neighborhood to go and use the public park.
Correct.
Okay, Sean, thank you. Thanks,
Any other
appreciate it.
questions?
Nope. We'll bring the applicant up, and before I do that, the applicant and everyone else that has signed up or thinks they want to speak on this, I'm just going to do one swearing. So if you can just say, you do affirm to this later. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, thank you.
So good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Gabe Gallinger. I'm a civil engineer with the Kootenai County Land Company. I'm here tonight with key members of our design team, including our building and development partner, John Fisher from the Inland Group. John will also be assisting me tonight in this presentation. So we appreciate the opportunity to present Coeur 1 PUD and subdivision application to you this evening. I'd also like to begin by thanking Sean for the very detailed and thorough staff report, and we do sincerely appreciate all the valuable time and effort that staff has put into reviewing this project application. We know how you saw how detailed it was, so it's a lot of work, and we do appreciate that. So, before we get into the specifics of the Coeur 1 PUD and subdivision, I'd like to provide a recap of the overall project history and how we've arrived at this point. In March of 2023, the 438-acre Coeur property was annexed into the city. Through the annexation and development agreement, we established land uses, zoning, infrastructure responsibilities for this property. Some key highlights include a residential unit cap. A maximum of 2,800 residential units are allowed across the entire project, roughly half of what the underlying zone would otherwise permit. Connectivity requirements. The agreement identifies 2 required roadway connections to surrounding residential neighborhoods. And please keep in mind, as previously been stated, but these connections are not part of the Coeur 1 project that we're here tonight to talk about. Affordable housing commitment. A minimum of 5% of for sale and 5% of rental units will be reserved for affordable and professional workforce housing, serving households between 80 and 130% of area median income. And finally, the concept master plan. So Exhibit E establishes a generally adhered to concept master plan to be used as a visionary guide for the entire Coeur development. Compliance. Since annexation, we have fulfilled all of our obligations, including payment of a $2 million annexation fee, land dedication to the city for the current water tower, sale of property to the Coeur d'Alene School District for a future middle school, and coordination with the water department to finalize the new well location. And this development agreement has been amended, as Sean alluded to. We have sponsored 2 of those amendments. One was approved in its entirety and the other was partially approved. The first amendment was partially approved, and what we received approval for was the relocated well site and associated zone change. And it added flexibility for the timing and scope of wastewater improvements, which we have recently entered into an agreement with the wastewater department. The second amendment updated Exhibit E to allow senior living and multifamily in place of the originally designated clustered triplex housing, providing the required consistency for the Coeur 1 PUD and subdivision being presented tonight. So the current master plan is shown on the left with the red dashed highlighted area outlining the general boundary of Coeur 1, which is located in the northeast corner of the plan, predominantly adjacent to the Coeur d'Alene Industrial Park and the north end of the North Shire residential neighborhood. Within this project, we have a mix of zoning districts shown in the enlarged detail to the right, consisting of the R17 shown in brown on the north end of the project. It's going to include the senior housing and multifamily and common area. R8, green, south half of the majority of the south half of the site, consists of single-family residential, common area, and a public park. The R3, very small piece in the southeast corner, has 1 single-family residence and common area. And the C17L, similarly shown in purple, is reserved for a city well site and some common area. So these zoning categories support the diverse mix of proposed housing types and neighborhood-serving uses in the project while maintaining consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. As a part of the PUD application, we're also requesting a few modifications, including additional height for the senior living building and reduced lot size and setbacks within the R8 zone. These modifications will be discussed in more detail in the presentation. Now, let's see. So before we get into the technical components, we'd like to show a short video of a generated from a 3D project model. I think this will help provide a clear visual understanding of how Coeur will look and feel and how it integrates into the surrounding uses. And I think specifically pay attention to the bulk and scale of the proposed development compared to the adjacent industrial park and residential neighborhood. So let's see if we can get this thing going. And we're going to start in the southeast corner of the project, and then the fly around is going to go counterclockwise around the project, and then back to the city park on the south. So let me see. So we can see we're going up the east boundary of the project. I've shown the single-family residential, the connection to industrial loop, transitioning into the multifamily project. Again, still adjacent to the Coeur d'Alene Industrial Park. Turn into the north side of the project. The green space on the bottom of the screen is the future grass playfields associated with the middle school site. Wrapping around to the west side, this is Coeur Boulevard. We have an entry monument. You can see the Affinity Building. It's separated from the Collector Street by a linear park with a pathway, landscaping, and trees. The linear park continues south along Coeur Boulevard, adjacent to the single-family homes, and ultimately ties into the 5.4-acre neighborhood park located on the south side of the project. I hope this wasn't too fast and nobody got motion sickness. Trying to balance. Okay. So now that we have the visual context in mind, I'd like to summarize the infrastructure components that support Coeur 1, starting with sewer. So sewer service will be provided through the city's wastewater system using the Hawks Nest lift station. I've already mentioned, but we recently executed an agreement with the wastewater department to modify the lift station improvements, scope, and timing that enhance the long-term maintenance and performance of that lift station. The agreement that we signed also specifies the improvements must be completed prior to the 250th ERU connection, so essentially the 250th residential connection into the system. Next, water. So we funded the city to contract with JUB engineers to analyze the water main sizing for needs for the entire Coeur development. The final results of this will be incorporated into the engineering design documents before we go to construction. And there is an existing 24-inch water main. It's currently located about 140 feet west of our east property line. We're proposing to relocate that line to within 10 feet of the property line in the common area corridor adjacent to the 12-foot north-south path that can be used as access to maintain that line as well. And then this, of course, the new city well site will be dedicated to the city once the final plat is approved. Final plats typically are approved within 1 to 2 months of street and utility infrastructure being completed. Okay, and Yellowstone Pipeline. So this is a unique project. Not all projects get the opportunity to have the Yellowstone Pipeline run through them. We do. We have been coordinating with Phillips 66, the owner of the pipeline, for nearly a year at this point. Partial release agreements defining the easement rights and area for that pipeline are nearing completion. The partial releases will be followed up by an encroachment agreement showing or allowing the construction activities near the pipeline once we have final design documents. And transportation. So a key transportation feature to Coeur 1 is the off-site connection of industrial loop to the project's east boundary. So the idea for this connection originated in December of 2022 during the annexation process, when a Northshire resident reached out and identified a parcel of land in the industrial park that was for sale that could provide a new east-west link between Atlas Road and Coeur via industrial loop. So recognizing the benefit, we were able to purchase that parcel and are now proposing to create that connection. So this new connection will provide positive impact for Coeur 1 and the surrounding area by improving traffic distribution and reducing emergency response times to the north end of Coeur. An important clarification, this connection is being proposed as an additional access point beyond the 2 required street connections identified in the development agreement. This will result in a total of 3 east-west connections spaced at approximately 1/2 mile along the east boundary of Coeur. And then, although we are providing secondary access with this project, the internal street network of the overall Coeur master plan has been intentionally designed to encourage traffic to use the centrally located collector, Coeur Boulevard. This directs traffic north to Hanley and, in the future, southeast to Hutter Road. This is the most direct way for Coeur residents to get to the adjacent arterial street system. And a detailed traffic study was prepared and submitted for this project. It was approved by the city engineer, identifying project traffic mitigation measures that will be constructed by the developer with the project. They include a traffic signal at Coeur Boulevard and Hanley Avenue. For that signal, we did, when we completed Hanley Avenue, we put conduit under that street to facilitate this future signal, so that street won't have to get torn up at all to put that in. In conjunction with the traffic signal, Hanley Avenue corridor timing plan, allowing signals between Hutter all the way to Atlas, the 4 signals, to communicate with each other to provide the best timing as traffic volumes change during the day. so they can all communicate and make sure we get the best flow possible. And then on Industrial Loop and Trailhead Avenue, a westbound left turn lane, that just allows people coming to the project on Industrial Loop to have a protected turn pocket to turn left into the development. And then Fire and Police have also reviewed the proposal and issued conditions of approval. We've read and understand and agree with those conditions. And now I'd like to talk to the project specifically about the zoning districts. We have 4 zoning districts, and I'm going to start with R8. The R8 district consists of just over 35 acres, making it the largest area within Coeur 1. It has 136 single-family lots, resulting in a density of 3.9 units an acre, which is less than half of the allowed maximum density in the R8 zone. 7 of these lots will be reserved for affordable professional workforce housing per our development agreement commitment. Coeur 1 includes nearly 9 acres of private HOA maintained open space with pathways, landscaping, and amenities. In addition, a 5.4 acre neighborhood park will be located on the southern portion of the project. Together, the private and public open spaces total over 14 acres, or 22.4% of the total project area. Now, to support efficient land use and enhance housing affordability, we are requesting modifications, including a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, 40-foot minimum frontage, 5-foot side yard setbacks, and a 10-foot rear yard setback. Now, although the minimum lot size requested is 4,000 square foot, the average lot size shown in this plan is just over 5,000 square feet. So we're not intending to make all the lots the minimum lot size. We just want that flexibility, so if we get into a location where we need it, we have some flexibility to still provide a lot that would be feasible for a home. So as a result, the net reduction in required lot area compared to the minimum standard of 5,500 square feet is a reduction by 1.41 acres, so just under an acre and a half. To offset this reduction, we are providing nearly 9 acres of private active open space and a 5.4 acre city park, fronted on 3 sides by public streets, providing great access. That equals 10 times the property that's being reduced by the requirement or the request for smaller lots. So now the R3 zone, very small, southeast corner of the project, predominantly open space at this point. A lot of it has the Yellowstone Trail in it, but we have 1 single family home. We aren't asking for any modifications in the R3 zone. Similarly, the C17L zone just north, it's reserved for a city well site and open space, and we aren't asking for any modifications of the C17L zone. So at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to John Fisher with the Inland Group. He's going to talk about the R17 zone comp plan and conclude the presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabe.
Yep.
Good evening, Plan Commission. My name is John Fisher with the Inland Group. We are the development partner with Lakeside on the multifamily portion of the Coeur 1 PUD and subdivision applications before you this evening. So I feel like I'm going to start repeating myself. Sean did a great job going through some things, and obviously Gabe has touched on a lot, so I'll try to kind of keep these things brief. But to focus back on the multifamily portion, as you know, it includes the Affinity, which is 62 plus age restricted senior living community, and also multifamily units there to the east of it as well. So a lot of thought went into the location of the Affinity within the overall multifamily component of Coeur 1, knowing that we'd be requesting a height modification of 9 feet and taking consideration into positioning that building furthest back from Coeur Boulevard to reduce the massing, as well as a detailed sightline analysis that we work through with our engineer to ensure that our peaks aren't going to be overbearing to the surrounding neighborhoods. So I think that's on page 19 of your staff report to kind of see how that plays out from a pedestrian and bicycle perspective as someone enjoying the open amenities within the Coeur PUD. So with that, we also enhance, as Gabe has alluded to, the landscape buffers, perimeter trails, and really focused on the amount of open space we can provide within this development, and create a great living opportunity for residents as well as visitors and others coming into these communities. Let's see here. So specifically on Affinity, this is a active adult community, differentiated from assisted living or independent living, where there's not a food service program or on-site medical care. However, residents have in-home care that they can bring in, and everything is designed for accessibility and be able to age in place as long as needed. Our kind of secret sauce is the community, and so fostering as many places where residents can gather together both inside and outside through spaces such as your typical kind of lounge setting, but also unique spaces like woodworking shop, a hobby craft room. We have a pub on site for residents that can gather and watch football games and have hors d'oeuvres and bring their own beverages, as well as a lot of just gathering places for games, puzzles, and being together as a community. This obviously lengthens people's happiness in life, and our residents tend to stay here as long as they have to before moving into a higher level of care. So it provides a great housing choice for folks who can't yet afford or don't need a higher level of care, but also access that true senior living I guess, desire that they're looking for without the high cost of an independent and assisted living community. Along with an affordable alternative within the senior living space, we are also will be providing 9 permanently affordable units, as Gabe has mentioned, as required by the DA, for reduced rents for those residents between the 80 and 130% AMI. I'm going to get into the height reduction modification specifically and why we're requesting it for the Affinity. But before that, wanted to touch on the other component of multifamily apartments called the GOAT. Our marketing team had some fun with this. It's the greatest of all time. Everyone knows the GOAT. So we truly believe that as well, in terms of just the amount of amenities and size of units that we're proposing here that are true family units, focusing heavily on 3 beds, as well as the square footage of those spaces. And then, as you can see here, ample amenities within the clubhouse, indoor amenities, as well as exterior amenities. This project will also provide 15 permanently affordable units for working families within Coeur d'Alene. And as mentioned before, several times, there are no modifications requested within the municipal code or zoning code for this multifamily component. So talking about the multifamily location advantage, we've touched on this several times as to why we position the Affinity where it's at, and then I'll get into our request for a height modification here. Benefits is the continued housing choice that is needed within Coeur d'Alene, not only for home ownership and families, but also rental, and specifically for seniors being able to stay within the community in which they have lived in for most of their lives. Wanted to touch quickly, Sean made the wise decision not to read each comprehensive plan goal and objective here, but I wanted to throw that up here and just touch briefly on the consistency. As Sean alluded to in the staff report, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan on many items, community and identity. This PUD and subdivision application provides diverse housing choices, an immense amount of public amenities to create a livable small town feel, and then obviously creates the 24 new permanent affordable housing units in perpetuity, as Hillary alluded to, for this development. Growth and development, again, I'm not going to read through each one of those, but focus on high quality public infrastructure through the public park as well as private open space. Obviously, water and sewer utilities, complete streets, stormwater system, all accommodated through the master plan to reduce impacts to neighbors and the surrounding community. Multimodal street network streets, so not only having the appropriate streets and connections, which Gabe went over with the traffic signals and accommodating vehicular, but a huge focus on trails for bikes and pedestrians and that connection to the surrounding community as well as within it. Our senior residents are very active, and they would be out there using that quite a bit, as well as obviously the rest of the community in Coeur 1. So it just creates a more connected, livable, and well-served community. Next, environmental recreation. So the addition of the street trees as well as the landscape approval with the parking, providing much more trees than a code minimum, obviously advances the urban forest objectives by expanding that canopy within this development. And then lastly, health and safety, expands housing and recreation opportunities for the aging population, provides ample recreation activities for youth through on-site amenities that will be provided within the multifamily developments, pools, other activities, but as well as the public parks and recreation spaces. And it supports the emergency services by planning that needed infrastructure through street networks and improving response times for fire, police, and EMS once the development is fully developed. So this evening, as you guys know, there's 3 decision points before you. We have first the residential PUD. So as we've all discussed earlier, the staff report and otherwise, we're consistent with underlying zoning and the municipal code through the design. We're exceeding our required open space by quite a bit, exceeding our off-street parking requirement. And the one modification we have in the R17 zone has to do with that height increase. And I understand the perception of a height variance can be concerning for residents and for neighbors that are nearby this development. So I wanted to touch on that briefly. So this is a 4-story elevator design. It's based on best practices for senior living design. I think Commissioner Fleming mentioned a friend in Affinity at Coeur d'Alene. That was probably one of our first of 3 affinities that we developed. We like to call it, we're probably on version 4.0 to 5.0 at this point in terms of lessons learned and how residents interact within our community, what spaces they look for to congregate and want to be in. And so this is, our iteration of senior living is at a much higher level than we were at, 10, 15 years ago, as well as that industry has evolved in terms of design, accessibility, and creating space where people can stay long-term if wanted. So part of that has to do with accessibility and distances. And so a 4-story design allows us to shorten the corridors, having individual apartments closer to the common amenity space, which is in the core of the building, as well as having parking fully around the building in order to, again, lessen that length of walking between parking spot and the person's unit. So there's 2 elevators throughout the building, 1 on each end, and we've worked hard in order to shorten that length of corridor space as well as parking space, because mobility obviously can become an issue for folks as they age. So the height is really to accommodate a 4-story constructed elevated building, reducing those corridor and lengths of walking between cars, and also maintaining a more, Pacific Northwest style of architecture with peaked roofs, gables, and other kind of treatments that we would like to see in our building to again, make it more homey, more accessible, feel more inviting to our residents.
John, can I ask you a question on that, since you're talking about the 9 feet?
Yes, please.
So, if I understand right, instead of having a longer 3-story building, you have a shorter 4-story building?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the footprint shrinks considerably by having that extra floor. I think Sean or someone mentioned earlier that 9 feet is really the roof peaks. So accommodating a hipped roof versus a flat roof
Right.
Type design style.
And approximate the same amount of units, whether it was a 3-story or a 4, whether it's more or...
Yeah, 170 units has become a size that we've discovered creates the best level of a community, meaning there's enough residents where multiple clubs and activities and people with different interests can find each other and be a part of that. Residents within the community, but also with that amount of units can pay for the operations to provide the level of staffing needed. So it's become that sweet spot of not too big where people get lost and kind of feel like just a number, but not small enough where operations would suffer because of staffing levels or other things.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah. So anyway, those are the reasonings behind our request. And again, understand the concern over a height variance and wanted to just explain that a little bit more, the reasons why that this wasn't a flippant request and something that would add more units, because it doesn't. It just creates a better community overall for our residents there. I think Gabe went through the R8 zoning and the modifications. I don't know if there's any more context to that. And then we can hopefully wrap this up.
Yeah, pretty much reiterating what I'd said in the presentation earlier. The smaller lot size, the frontages, and the setbacks really help provide an efficient layout. We can reduce the cost of infrastructure per lot, providing more attainable housing, and that's offset by large open spaces, multi-use trails, parks, and amenities.
I have 2 questions. One of them I asked Sean, but maybe you know. The fence line along the trail on Industrial Loop, and, well, in general, I guess the fence line along the whole thing would be.
So we'll be proposing a perimeter fence around the entire project, probably 6-foot solid screening in nature.
Okay. And then one of our findings is the roadways less than 26 feet are not with no parking. Which roadways are less than 26 feet?
None of them are less than 26 feet, but the connection from Industrial Loop that's off-site would be 26 feet, which would be the minimum, which would not allow on-street parking.
Okay, you probably
So
wouldn't want it there anyway.
It's just for that off-site section that goes.
Okay, I was trying to find
Yeah.
any of them that were, and I couldn't, so thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Phil.
a couple of questions, if I could. Thank you very much, first of all. In the very first slide you put up there, you mentioned concurrency analysis. Now, I know what concurrency is in many places required by the states. What does your concurrency analysis do here?
So when we refer to concurrency analysis, we're talking about following up with all the conditions of the development agreement and making sure that we have a format that we can track those so we don't miss out on open space, over open space and how it's going to be allocated, our affordable housing commitment, park requirements, they have thresholds, wastewater improvements, all of those things have requirements. So we're going to track that through a concurrency analysis system.
Okay, a couple other things. First of all, you kind of hit like all the bells and whistles. You get senior housing, apartments, and single family, what every community in the country needs right now. But at the original hearing on Coeur, the affordable housing issue came up quite a bit and was probably behind a lot of support you got. At that time, it was being presented by, I believe, Maggie Lyons with the Panhandle Affordable Housing Line. Is she still involved? Is PAHA still involved? Or are you just following her guidelines or their guidelines of what constitutes affordable?
So we have stayed in contact with Maggie for sure and followed the project that PAHA has done recently. And at this point, we don't have anyone in-house to self-administer those regulations. So the for sale products get deed restricted, and that's how they stay affordable in perpetuity, but they need someone to manage them. I believe our intention at this point is to work with PAHA to manage those affordable housing products in perpetuity.
Also, at one point in the packet, I believe, was reference that transportation was a primary concern. Is there any effort or means to bring public transportation through this area at this time? Well, we don't have the bus service in this town, so.
Yeah. At this point, that hasn't come up. We haven't approached anybody, and nobody's approached us to discuss that, but certainly we would be
Let me just,
open.
the only public transportation we have is CityLink, I
Yeah.
believe, in the city, so I'm not sure, Phil, they can,
Yeah.
reach out to that
That's
Yeah.
fine.
and see if they can
Okay.
extend that service down the road. So
Yeah,
that's the only
yeah.
public transportation. We wish we had more public transportation, but that's what we have right now. And,
Yeah, we'd definitely, certainly be open to that.
okay.
I really, I guess, I'm impressed by what you're putting into the design of the senior housing, of the senior building. I mean, the length people travel, the 4 stories, 5 stories, whatever, all that's very important. I know you have elevators, which is the biggest missing in most apartments in this community, I think. But does this also have a sprinkler system? Is it required to have that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. At the south end of this first phase, there's a separate single-family home. Is that somehow connected to something south? Because it isn't connected north, I don't think.
No, it is a little odd. It actually has to do more with the location of the Yellowstone pipeline. So we wanted to make sure that this first phase encompassed all of the Yellowstone pipeline so we could get it accommodated in one agreement as opposed to going back to Yellowstone for small little
I
pieces.
just have one final thing. There's, for a site this size with these units, I'm talking the overall site, to have 24% open space is phenomenal, and I applaud you on that.
Thank you. I think that goes to having a master plan community as opposed to a lot of smaller independent communities that don't have the ability to design and connect larger scale amenities between each other. So, yeah, it's a good benefit of this project.
I've got a couple of things. Your concurrency list, I like the idea of banking extra acreage, green space. As we develop this out, and we're hearing it finally, that the aquifer is unchallenged, I would like to see every time you do the next phase that we get a revisit of what we're drawing off that aquifer on demand. Because we are fighting with Spokane on how much they get of our water, or are we're going to sell more of our water. So I'd like to see that as part of your concurrency list, is cumulatively how much of this site is being driven to sink down our aquifer, which we are struggling to maintain. So that's one of my points. So add that to the green space. The other thing that we're moving toward, and I see it more and more now because I'm usually building houses way the heck out in Priest Lake, night skylight, sharp cutoff lighting. These people who back up to this have enjoyed an amazing sunset space, an amazing night sky that few of the rest of us get. And if you can look at night sky as being a solution for all your outdoor lighting, I would, and they would appreciate it. I'm hoping to see all this wonderful sky stuff, and I can't see anything because I've got too much light around me. The other thing that I'm concerned about is, we found out the hard way on Centennial Trail, air conditioning. Units that are stuck on the side of a wall, big white boxes that are air conditioning, heating, units that are atrocious. And so when you're doing this, keep that in mind, that, again, those mechanical accoutrements just are detrimental. And so I just hope I don't see a whole bunch of those white boxes on everybody's units. So please keep that in mind.
Yeah, certainly not on the single-family homes, they're ground units. on
Yeah,
those.
but
Only
the
apartment.
affinity, tuck
Ours
them
as
away so we don't have to all see them. I mean, you just go down Centennial Trail at Atlas, and that's all you see of one of the major buildings, so.
Yeah, each unit in our affinity has central AC and heat, so there's
Okay.
no wall units.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Before we have, do you have more of your presentation you want to do, or are you good with
We're
questions
good.
right
I
now?
think we're good.
Okay.
I think they're done.
No,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
We got it started. Anybody else?
John does.
John does.
Just a couple things, really. It used to be a habit of mine whenever I see a really pretty extensive list of conditions, I would ask you for the record, there's 28 of them, and have you fully digested those, and are you on board and okay with them?
Yes.
Okay, and you heard me earlier ask the city engineer some questions about the traffic mitigation stuff. And I'm not sure I needed to hear the answer that everything would be done before the first permit's pulled, but one of those conditions, the fire department very specifically talks to, so many units, that the industrial loop connection needs to happen before, I think it's the 30th equivalent residential unit.
Yep.
Again, you're on board with that, you acknowledge that, we're all good there, right?
Yep. Yeah, the industrial loop connection will be done with phase 1 of the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
comments?
No?
No.
Nope.
Good?
Nope. Okay.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
If we don't have any other questions,
It's public.
at this time, I'll bring up the public to speak. Everybody's been sworn in, and I have a list here, but please remember, you have 3 minutes, and once that buzzer goes off, I respectfully ask that you have about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then I would ask you to sit down. Okay, first person I have is Susan Knutson.
Mr. Chairman, they're going to do a presentation, and they're each going to have the 3 minutes, so they're going to tag team.
Yeah, I just need to close it. Can you just shut this out? I don't want to, that's not where this one.
This one.
Okay, yeah. No, we're not. We were. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. We understand that tonight's hearing is not regarding Phase 2 or Coeur 2. However, we feel that it should be considered together with the overall circulation network, and that's why a lot of us are here tonight. I'm Suzanne Knutson, this is Nate Dyke. We live on Appaloosa Road. There are a couple things that we'd like to point out to you this evening that you may or may not be aware of. Our main point is that we'd like to see some change in the application. So we might not necessarily be opposed, but we would like to see some changes. We would like to provide the missing Coeur 2 street context that's not shown in the Phase 1 packet. We'd like to highlight the circulation issues created by the Phase 1 design and Phase 2 connections, and also to ensure the Coeur 2 circulation network aligns with the comprehensive plan, or Coeur Phase 1 circulation network aligns with the comprehensive plan and Section 4.3 of the development agreement. Traffic volumes, what the traffic impact analysis shows is that a few different things. The traffic that has been projected has already increased by over 2,500 daily trips, and the current traffic analysis, impact analysis, was not provided during the initial annexation presentations back in February of 22 or October of 22, and also February of 2023. So, to our knowledge, there is no confirmed timeline to widen Atlas yet, which is where all of these cars will be put to, that are not put to Hutter and Hanley.
Right. And I think the point we're trying to make is the TIA for this current phase assumed that Atlas was going to be widened to 3 streets. And to our knowledge, we're not really sure when that's going to happen, what the funding is for that. So if that gets delayed or that gets pushed back, we're going to see some additional impacts to Atlas. So just something to consider.
And we haven't seen the full TIA for the full build-out of Cortera for the current zoning that it is now. We've never seen that. So the phase one, the narrow streets, due to the compact nature of this, it's a concern just because we believe that some of this, the highlighted yellow streets, there will be tons of on-street parking in those streets that we believe will cut down on the internal circulation as well as the emergency response time access because of the crowded nature of it. And that could push traffic down to the neighborhoods if industrial loop isn't opened up to a bigger extent past the minimum of the 26 feet.
So this is an example of another development where this photo illustrates that constricted street.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, and I don't know if the booth can hear us, but are we just continuing on for another 3 minutes for this applicant?
Yes, so they have
Okay.
a
All right, go
six
ahead, just
minutes
more
total.
clarity. Sorry,
Thanks.
you got a couple more seconds added there for my interruption.
This is just a photo example, just showing how tight those streets get once you have on-street parking. There's really barely enough room. Oh, there's room for one car, but, I think a lot of us in the community have had the situation where you have to stop and wait for another car to pass to get around through there. Next one.
So the Cortera 2 connections are in the early layout that you haven't seen tonight. Appaloosa is shown continuing west straight through Cortera and connecting to Hutter. Nez Perce shows connecting straight to Cortera Boulevard, which is the north-south collector spine. These become a direct, attractive route to parks and schools and mixed use or commercial that's located in the southern area. Without an alternative collector, Appaloosa and Nez Perce will absorb the collector and arterial traffic. So we want to make sure that we're thinking of the big picture here when we look at that. The industrial loop collector solution that we believe it could be broadened a little bit and would provide the most direct logical path to Atlas and Cortera Boulevard. There's already a light on at the Atlas end of the industrial loop connection, and the connection provides a direct alternative to Nez Perce and Cortera North residents. And industrial loop is the only meaningful east side relief valve that it's not through a neighborhood.
Yeah, this is the only option we have that's not through a neighborhood street. So it's important that really we get it right this time.
And it's important that we get it right tonight because it's happening in this phase one. So it really is important that we are here tonight to explain to you why it's important to us. We, at the development agreement section for 4.3, it says, quote, "The owners in consultation with the city shall design and construct the residential connections with traffic calming features to discourage speeding and to the greatest extent reasonably possible through traffic." So requiring connections that discourage through traffic and ensure emergency access is key. Residents, we asked how 4.3 applies to subdivision design given the proposed connections, and the staff indicated that connections also support general circulation. So the interpretation still needs clarification. We don't have that yet. The proper application of 4.3 would keep Appaloosa and Nez Perce functioning as local streets and direct higher volume travel to an alternative collector, such as industrial loop, if it is made an alternative collector and a primary collector at that. So we're really grateful for that purchase property of industrial loop. Thank you very much for making that happen. And we do believe that that is a vital connection to take some of that traffic off of our neighborhood. Considering phase one and phase two connectivity as a single circulation system is really important. And I guess we're asking you to approve with these conditions tonight, the ones that we've listed up here, to reevaluate setbacks and strengthen industrial loop as a primary connector. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Tom,
Yes.
before we go on, I've got a question for Hillary, because I think this might come up again regarding the overarching Cortera traffic discussion. Is there a forum for the public to get engaged in future concerns on follow-on development cycles for Cortera that don't affect the outcome of tonight's meeting?
If there are future amendments to kind of the project in general, so we've already, council asked staff to have a meeting with, and we did meet with Suzanne and Nate to talk about kind of the roadway connections. The applicant team was part of that meeting, so we've been having some conversations about that. At this point, those 2 roadway connections into the neighborhood are locked in through the recorded annexation and development agreement. So
Okay.
we understand there's neighborhood concerns. We are working with the applicant team on the design of the roadways within there to discourage any of the through traffic through the neighborhood, but there's a requirement that at least the 2 roads have the full connection, so they can't have bollard access. But so the applicant has added with this Coeur 1, the industrial loop, which was not anticipated previously.
Okay, and then I think I saw a picture with a bunch of cars on the side roads of the street referencing those roads. And I think Commissioner McCracken pointed out the 26-foot width associated with that industrial loop connection being one where there are no cars allowed to be parked on either side of the street.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, do you want to add anything?
Just that any modification to the development agreement would have to go through city council, at which time there would be an opportunity
hearing.
for the public
Great.
to talk.
Thank you.
Quick concern. I go in and out of industrial loop a lot. A lot of my tradespeople are there. There are no curbs, there's no gutters, and there's a falling off asphalt. So it's not really an improved road. It takes heavy truck traffic loaded to the gills. So to mix public and teenagers getting to high school, I have concerns. And I see those trucks blaze in there. We've got the fire service, we've got a lot of people crossing paths, backing out, loading, unloading. There's just a high traffic volume already. So I agree that it'd be nice to develop that, but I'm concerned that we're mixing unmixable vehicles.
Okay, let's continue with some of the public testimony here. Madeline Knutson?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I really do appreciate seeing the plan that we have to look at. I do want to address one thing before I get started regarding the concerns for industrial loop and using that as maybe a broader thoroughfare. We have the same problems with our neighborhood streets. We have no sidewalks, we have no gutters, our streets are narrow, and many of us have driveways that there's a big drop off, so we can't widen the roads to add those without significant cost to the city and residents. I do understand that the goal tonight is to review this particular phase of development, but as a resident who will be directly impacted by each successive phase, I would like you to understand that by not taking into consideration the overall impact of the master plan connections for a development of this density, then we're ignoring some vital factors that this phase will directly contribute to. I would like to support the idea that this maybe is approved with some changes to industrial loop. Eastbound traffic and southeastbound traffic is going to flow the path of least resistance. And a project of this density is going to cause some infrastructure problems. I'm here because the public hasn't really seen adequate planning from the city as far as infrastructure goes in general. I disagree with Chairman Messina that roads and neighborhood streets surrounding a project of this density and how they will be used as a whole is not something that we can look at as an afterthought somewhere down the road. If you're going to wait to plan how the city is going to proactively mitigate the traffic problems that this high-density project will cause for our community, then we are failing as a city, and worse, we're planning to fail by not planning for our city's future. Traffic patterns and necessary infrastructure to support them are a key part of healthy, safe city growth for all residents. And to accommodate this density of development, we have to upgrade water, sewer, and are going to need to rip up some streets to do that. So what are the city's considerations for road upgrades so that our roads can handle the increased traffic of this magnitude? I'm just here to ask the city and you as a planning commission to be proactive and consider all the actual infrastructure of the area that will be impacted by this entire project if you approve each stage as is before it's too late. I want you to be remembered as wise, good, thoughtful planners who thought through all of the impacts carefully and didn't wait for problems to occur before you took action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask Randy to clarify a little bit on what, I think it's not that we don't want to talk about other connections, but what the scope of what we're looking at tonight is? Because I think, I think it's not that we don't want to consider those connections, but the considerations in front of us are fairly limited by the public hearing process, and maybe Randy can clarify a little bit.
Yes, the city code has certain requirements for PUDs, subdivisions. Those are set out in the code. Those are the areas that you have to consider when deciding whether to approve a PUD or a subdivision. Circulation within the subdivision is one of the elements that you have to look at. There really isn't, as far as I can recall, anything that talks about trying to figure out what the circulation will be beyond the limits of the subdivision. Otherwise, you might be considering what is going on Government Way or 95, or how far out do you go when you consider what effect this will have on the community. So I think Commission's responsibility is to go through those findings that are set out and that come from the municipal code and determine to the best of your ability whether this subdivision and PUD meet those requirements from the code.
And we can't add in other ones that aren't part of what we are looking at tonight.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. Hillary, I've got one for you, and it has to do with the comment about lack of public oversight on infrastructure and all of the hard work that goes on within the city, whether it's planning, water, wastewater, the fire and police, parks, engineering. There's probably a few I missed. But each one of those staffs have a ton of work to do associated with this project that they're diligently going through, and it would exceed the time we have for each one of them to come up and present the facts to the public. Is there somewhere where the public's able to gain access to that process, or where there might be sticking points or concerns that they have?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. I think it is important to say to the community that there is extensive studies that have been done, not only for this Coeur 1, but for the annexation process.
Thank you.
And we have so many reports, and they're all available to the public. So we have the public records request process, and several members of the Indian Meadows neighborhood in Northshire have already requested that, kind of from the beginning of the annexation process until now. All of those reports are available, and each time these projects come before you, we do try to provide all of the detailed analysis, and if there's questions, we invite the commission to ask any of the staff members. We have them here this evening, and if there's other questions that come up on infrastructure, the departments are here to respond.
Thank you.
Sure, and the applicant team as well.
Yeah, so one follow-up that for, now that Ms. Madeline knows where she can go to see these public requests, the other piece of this is for Chris Bosley in the back of the room or Sean to be able to go, hey, there's something about this we don't like, and it's presented here. There's something about it that doesn't fit into city guidelines. And really, for the applicants, that whole work they're doing before we come up tonight and talk about this, all that stuff is fleshed out so that Chris is in here, you can see it works. You know, there's some recommendations for traffic flow or whatever it is, but in general, each one of the departments is working with the applicants, and if there's a stopping point, it's typically addressed, and if not, it would be addressed here tonight by any one of the city departments who had an issue associated with infrastructure that they own for this development.
That's correct. And then also the conditions of approval that are recommended by the different departments, those are included to ensure that code compliance.
All 28 of them.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
I have Kevin McClellan.
Well, I'll say that I came tonight prepared to talk about traffic, Chairman Messina, and you opened up the meeting asking for general comments. If you're going to talk about Coeur, wait till later.
No, I didn't. Let me excuse you there. I did
Sure.
not say that. What I said that what we are here to talk to tonight is connectivity with Hanley and Indian Loop. Industrial Loop. I did not say you couldn't talk about traffic. If you want to talk about traffic, knock yourself out.
Well, I think
Okay.
we've got a neighborhood of folks here that are really concerned that we're looking at pieces of what is really a Goliath development on Hutter. We've got west side, east side, there's thousands and thousands of homes that are going to develop over the next 20 years, and you're proposing cutting through and really using Atlas. What is Atlas going to look like with 10, 20,000 cars a day? What is the plan? We don't know. We fear the unknown. So I think the majority of people here are here to encourage you and implore you to share this information, because without the knowledge, we don't know what the plan is. It feels like there isn't a plan, right?
Let me interrupt you once again.
Sure.
To give you clarity, because I think all of us here hear what you're saying about the neighborhood and the neighbors about Indian Meadows.
It's not, it's
let me
2,000
finish. Let
homes
me
on
finish,
either
please.
side
Sir, let
of
me
Atlas.
let me finish.
Sure.
Okay? You're accusing me directly or saying stuff that I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I said also that I encourage public comment, but when you have public comment, and what we have to look at, as Commissioner Ingles said in the beginning, and we did this to clarify, what we're looking at is particular items, and that's what we have to approve. When Indian Meadows or Nez Perce or any of those other connections come up later on, there's going to be a public hearing perhaps if there's some changes. And that's when, yes, you can talk about those connectivities. And I'm doing this so that everybody isn't repeating themselves.
Sure,
So
yeah.
I urge Indian Meadows, because we must have had 100 pieces of paper of public comment from Indian Meadows people, which I accept, and that's the process. But they were all talking about connectivity on Nez Perce, Appaloosa, and all those, which is fine. But that's just not in what we're doing
And
here.
I understand. I think
so
we just-
if you're going to address what we are talking about tonight,
Yes.
let's stick to the facts. You want us to stick to the facts as the whole subdivision, and that's not what we're doing here tonight. So I urge you to stick to the facts, and I will give you some more time on the clock.
Yeah,
to
and I
continue
apologize
talking.
if
Please.
Obviously emotions are high, right?
I totally agree.
Lots of concern, and we have this comprehensive plan that says, please take into account what the neighborhoods say. We want this input. So we're here to provide input, and, it feels like, obviously, the scope of what we're talking about tonight is done so outside of this greater development. So it feels like the neighbors are coming together here tonight to talk about these eventualities that we will need to talk about and have solutions for. Again, the process to the neighborhood doesn't feel very, the flow of information could be better. So,
How would you like the full information? We keep hearing that, and Hillary alluded to there's websites, there's information, there's phones. So I'm saying, you can get information. It isn't like we're holding anything back, and what I'm hearing, that's kind of what you're suggesting here. We are. We're not. We're an open book. So I'm making this point, and I usually don't have this conversation when someone else is here, but
I appreciate it.
I just don't want that to be the impression we are not listening, nor the city isn't listening. We are. We are. But tonight, again, I'm going to repeat myself. We are right here on this little thing. And not that I am for or against any particular thing. We're here with open minds.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I hear the concerns. Believe me, I hear the concerns. And I
You all
have
hear
my
the
own
concerns.
personal opinions. on
And
those,
so I would
but-
ask you to deny without prejudice this PUD until some of these conversations can develop. Obviously, Mayor-elect Kukin has made some moves to have some neighborhood development, some developer input as well about how we mitigate what is to be unprecedented traffic for 2,000 homes on either side of Atlas. Atlas cannot get any bigger. It is at most 3 lanes. What happens to that entire corridor? It will be a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Carol Root?
Tom, one
Yes,
sec.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Sean, will you come on up for a sec? Excuse me, Ms. Carroll, could you just give me a second? I think you pointed out in the comprehensive plan, you looked at that specific area that's being developed by Coeur. And in there, it looked like about 90% of it was zoned urban. Can you tell me what urban is for the?
Yes, I'd have to grab that.
Just off the
I
top
read
of
it
your-
into the record, but
Oh.
it's gridded street patterns and, multifamily development, trails, parks,
Right.
higher density.
And when you look at that, the next piece, thank you, that's pretty much it. So that's in the comprehensive plan for this specific area to be developed in the future.
Yeah, the zoning also represents that as well. So
Correct.
17.
Okay, thank you. Hillary, how does the public get involved with the comprehensive plan if they don't like where it's headed, or they need to know what the future looks like for the city? One, they can look in the comprehensive plan themselves. It's not a secret document. They can look and see the areas that are around them and get a better understanding for where the city's heading and how the developers are working with the city to do just that. And then, so one, where do they get that? And two, if they don't like it, how do they get involved to help change or guide the future comprehensive plan?
Okay, the comprehensive plan is available on the website under the planning department page, and it's on the top left. It's near the top left. You can click on the comprehensive plan, and that helps provide, like if you're looking at this area, what does the future land use map show? What are the place types? What can you expect for the zoning and what the development type would be? And then for the comprehensive plan itself, so it's a 20-year guide for growth.
It's a new one.
It's new. We updated it. It was adopted in 2023, so it is new. Actually, there's some community members here in the audience that were involved. We had thousands of community members that helped guide that, doing the map. We did this board game. We placed tiles. We looked at development and where the intensity of development should be, including on this Coeur area. And so that was guided by community. And so that was that process. We were supposed to look at the comprehensive plan every 7 to 10 years, and if need be, then we would update it. So we would notify the public when we're doing that again, and everyone is invited to participate. They can also request comprehensive plan amendments if you have your own property that you own and you want to do an amendment. If you're trying to do a zone change, it's not consistent. But that's kind of the process for that.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sorry, I want to add one more thing. I also read through hundreds of pages of comments, and I will admit, and I don't feel like it's a conflict, but I live in Indian Meadows, so I know some of my neighbors here, but not all of them. So when I read the comments, that's my neighborhood. I know exactly what you're describing because I live there. I live on the last street in the neighborhood that backs right up to this development. I feel for you. I want to do whatever I can to hear your concerns. And I think the hard part and the struggle right here is we don't have the tool to do anything about those connections at this point. The development agreement goes through city council. It doesn't get approved by us. The terms in that have been spelled out, and then we don't get to address, at the commission level, we don't get to address those connections until the PUD reaches that point. And so I don't think it's that we don't want to hear the concerns. We are pretty well aware. I'm very well aware, personally, but I think we haven't reached that point, and the build out might be 30 years. So in 30 years, traffic will probably be worse. The traffic study will probably be different, and we will use the most current information when making that decision when it's before us. So I think, not that we don't want to hear it, it's just hard on the timing, and then property rights go both ways. So the applicant's going to come and present their side of it, and we're going to hear this side of it, and we'll use the most current information on a traffic study and sewer and water and all the things to make the decision when it is before us in minute detail. So I guess I just want to It's not that we don't want to hear it. I think our scope is limited by what's in front of us in this public hearing process. So at least that's my, I struggle with that conflict personally. But I want to know, I don't mind hearing about it. I just know that it's hard to hear about it a lot when we can't address it. And I think other commissioners share that concern. It's like, oh, there's just not a lot we can do about that at the moment in our role. So I guess just wanted to add that.
Thank you for that. Before I call up Carol again, if any of the commissioners need to leave here and just come back, because we're not going to take a break until all this is kind of done. I just want to make, Carol, come on back up again, sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. My name is Carol Root, and I've lived in Indian Meadows for 23 years. And I've emailed you 3 separate letters, which are included in your packet tonight. And by the way, the hundreds of pages you mentioned, I counted 14 letters that we've written to you, a total of 37 pages, just to clarify. So I'm concerned how traffic from Coeur will affect our neighborhood and all of our surrounding neighborhoods and Atlas Road. On 11/5 at 3:30 p.m., I was heading north on Kathleen, and I got stopped at the intersection, and I waited through 7 stoplights, excuse me, 7 stoplights, got a frog in my throat, before I was able to clear the intersection. So a week later, at the same time, I went back and I took pictures of the intersection, observing the same problem. And those are some photos that I emailed you on 11/29. And to my knowledge, there are no plans to upgrade Atlas. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are and how you're thinking you could possibly mitigate the congestion that's on Atlas Road right now. Excuse me. I don't have a cold.
You want to take a break and come back in a minute or two? That's fine. If you want to.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Are you stopping the timer?
Don't worry about the timer at this point. You're okay.
Just run over.
Rather not have you choke.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
So using Industrial Loop as the primary collector road to Atlas should help relieve some of the congestion at the intersection. So I'm happy to see you're, going to use that, and that you did buy the piece at the end of Industrial Loop. We traveled that road today, and the road needs a lot of work for sure. A lot of potholes and breaking apart, but it looks like it would make a really good connection at the end. It is the only street from Coeur which does not go through a residential neighborhood on the east side, and it does have an existing stoplight. As mentioned before, Phase 1 states that the roadway connections would just be Coeur Boulevard and Industrial Loop. Phase 2 currently shows Appaloosa connecting through Coeur to Hutter and Nez Perce connecting to Coeur Boulevard. And I know we're not supposed to be talking about Phase 2, but I feel like the door was kind of open when Gabe said that we're going to use 2 streets a half a mile apart. So I kind of feel like maybe I could have a little leeway there. The Phase 2 traffic study only examined the southeast residential section, not the full Coeur development. So I think it significantly understates the impacts on Appaloosa, Nez Perce, and the whole Atlas corridor. The TIA done in 2022 states Coeur will generate 23,800 new average daily trips, with 2/3 of these trips traveling east through our neighborhoods to and from Atlas. The KMPO projects Nez Perce traffic will grow from 1,100 trips per day to 11,000. I don't believe the PUD should be approved until Industrial Loop is designated the primary connection to Atlas instead of our rural roads. Until Industrial Loop is properly designed as a true collector, arterial connection, and clearly prioritized, I respectfully request the Coeur 1 PUD be reconsidered. Residents would like to see a design revision encouraging more traffic to use Industrial Loop, rather than Appaloosa or Nez Perce. We would also appreciate your acknowledgement that Phase 2 will greatly impact traffic circulation, even though it's not on tonight's agenda. Please ensure Appaloosa and Nez Perce function as local access streets, not the primary conduits for Coeur traffic in Phase 2. So we understand that growth is not stopping anytime soon. As planners, you have a huge responsibility to manage that growth while also preserving the character of our unique neighborhood and our beautiful city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thanks for the water.
Pam Holcomb?
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for listening to all of us today. I've lived on Nez Perce for 33 years, and I did email you all in a couple of letters in November about protecting Indian Meadows from the traffic. And I did read in the Planning and Zoning minutes today for Phase 1 that Affinity will be got to from Industrial Loop, you know, and also on Coeur Boulevard off of Hanley. And I am really glad to see that, because that means that traffic is not going to go through Indian Meadows. My questions are, you know, why isn't Industrial Loop being revised as a collector and arterial? And is it true that it is in the current design that it functions as just the residential local street? And Ms. Fleming, I hear what you say about...
It's real.
Yeah.
Big trucks.
Yeah, and we have a ton of students on our streets too, and we don't have sidewalks. And so it's a similar situation, except we're residential. And I understand...
You're not mixing new learner drivers with industrial trucks and fire guys. These are industrial. They're large glaciers, there's modern glass, there's heavy-duty log and recycling. There's a lot of industrial, it's an industrial park with industrial trucks. And so I would be concerned letting my 15-year-old drive in.
So perhaps those parents could tell their kids, you better not use this route, go ahead and use Hanley and turn right into Coeur. Industrial Loop doesn't have any residential housing. It serves as a sub-collector. It has a traffic light. It offers the close emergency access for Coeur d'Alene Fire Station number 4. We're rural streets. And, you know, if I could just forget my little speech here, you know, the comprehensive plan, when you said well-informed, responsible, involved in community discussions, we have not been involved. And people don't really know what's going on, including city council. The one thing I learned tonight that I was really excited about is Industrial Loop was that one piece that the city didn't own that one of the city council members said in October, well, we had the opportunity to buy that, but we didn't. Hey, I learned tonight, you guys bought it. We can use it. That's great. If I could wave my magic wand, it would be Industrial Loop, Hanley. You come down Kathleen, you turn right, you go that way, or you use Celtice and you just keep us out of it. Atlas can't handle it. We don't want it. I have this horrible fear you're going to take all the trees and you get out of the middle of Nez Perce. And I think this is all I'm good for tonight.
Just let me talk about the trees for a second. I don't think, I said I usually don't get in this conversation when people talk. I don't believe there's any plans of taking trees down or anything like that. And again, if I hear it again, if people in Indian Meadows don't know what's going on, we've heard that a number of times, and it's a little confusing to me because there are certain people that speak that say, and they're part of Indian Meadows, that are so organized, and then someone comes up like yourself and says, we don't know what's going on. So I I guess there's a disconnect within the, and let me,
Can I have
I'm not
just a
trying to have a
little bit of
conversation.
time?
I'm just trying to say some stuff here. Is this, maybe Indian Meadows needs to get a little more organized. I think they're organized on certain items.
No,
but
I
there are
think it's
certain-
what.
there-
Sorry, go ahead.
There are certain items that you can certainly get from the city, and it keeps coming up, and I don't think it's prudent or fair to say the city is not, we don't know what's going on.
I'm saying we don't know what's going on. And, well,
I
I'm
don't know
not
if
sure
it's
that you
Indian
guys do
Meadows or the
either.
surrounding neighborhoods, there are means of doing that, or, because everything is talking about traffic that's going to be coming out of
3
Coeur.
years ago, I met with you guys, we met with somebody, and we were told Nez Perce will be used, the trees won't go down, but don't worry, it's 25 years out. So I thought, I'll be in my mid-80s, I can put this on hold. I didn't know till Suzanne was walking the neighborhood that this fight has been going on for the last 3 years, and due to that fight, they got the numbers down from 5,000 to 2,800. I don't know what we're going to gain here, but we have to get little wins. And thank you, Mr. Koppas, because you're saying, how do we get the word out? Because somebody's saying it's all 7 streets, and then you're saying, no, it's just 2 streets. And then now we get industrial loop, and that's great, that's really good. But who makes the decisions on these street things? Because everybody's saying something different.
Yeah, do you drive on Atlas?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hallie Picker?
Hi, it's Haley.
Hi.
I don't even live in Indian Meadows. I live in Fairway Forest. I have for 25 years. The city has failed us there since 2006 when they put in that new development across from Fairway Forest. And I would implore you to drive down Masters Drive, Fairway Drive, maybe might even double dog dare you to try and ride a bike or walk your dog. Because I have an 11-year-old who was here for most of the meeting. He cannot ride his bike because of the traffic. We have, you're off from the city, people drive down our road at 55 miles per hour. It's a residential street. And your condensation, you're so rude to people, very concerned about the problems they will have that I have. The city ruined my childhood when they didn't do anything 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and now my child in the same neighborhood cannot ride his bike. And we, like the industrial park, I don't want my 11-year-old to ride a bike. Your 15-year-old driving next to a dump truck, they're coming through my street. Laugh.
No, I live on Fairway Drive.
I'm on Masters.
And I see the traffic as well.
I'm on Masters.
It's been building because people don't want to be on Ramsey. They cut through
Right.
it.
So it's going to happen to
It's
Indian
growth.
Meadows, what
It
has
is
happened
growth.
to us.
It's growth. We're going to be pushing more traffic down Atlas. We're going to be pushing more traffic down Hutter. It's coming out of Rathdrum. We can't shut the door. We have to.
But you should do something. It's your job, and you're not doing a good job. And you're very rude while doing a poor job.
I respect all of the
There have been
opinions.
2 developments put in since I have lived there, and the city has failed with both of them. The one on Saltese and the one across Atlas.
We don't have control over KMPO, nor do we have tax control.
Well, then you need to
on what we
deny
can
projects
spend money on
that you can't
to go-
control the outcome of. It is your job to approve and deny, yes or no.
We're volunteers,
And you
just
are-
so you know, we're volunteers.
Oh,
We
so
show up.
you don't have duties or responsibilities because you
Well, no.
volunteer.
Can we get back
Can
to
we
the issue that...
don't
stop.
make it
I'm going to
personal.
stop you.
Don't make
I'm
it
going to
personal.
stop, sorry.
Yeah,
Can
don't
we get back to the
This
issue
is
that
the
you...
issue, and I'm being told that I'm wrong, and it's not the truth.
You're not
You
wrong.
have done nothing to mitigate traffic through to the new Celtice development, nor the one on Atlas that is older. And now it's going to happen to this neighborhood, and you are not heeding any warning, any concern about anything. You're laughing at these people who are very concerned. My child cannot play outside. I don't think you guys understand how ridiculous that is, that a little boy cannot play outside in his own neighborhood because of traffic. It's ridiculous. And I would like to see you come over to my house, but I want you to walk from Fairway.
I
want you to walk
I walk
down
all the
Masters.
time on
Do you walk down
Fairway.
Masters Drive?
No,
stop,
I'm
stop.
not
This is
going to do this. It's not personal.
Brian,
not personal.
Brian Kitchen.
It's not personal.
Good evening.
Good evening.
There was a slight breach of etiquette going straight to the double dog dare you, but all I can say is I can't top anything that's been said, because those are my points too. And honestly, Mr. Messina, when you gave the intro, it sounded like the only thing that we could talk about was Coeur 1. And you have to understand, this has been a big concern for us since Coeur started this project, is what kind of an impact is it going to have on our neighborhoods? How safe is it going to be? A lot of people walk their dogs or walk for exercise or jog, and we don't have sidewalks. So tell me what that extra traffic is going to do. I know there's been studies, there's had to been studies, but I haven't seen one done on Atlas Road. I can tell you Atlas Road is an absolute, it's a minefield. Certain times of the day, dare you to even go down to the roundabout at Saltese, let alone try to get through the traffic light at Kathleen. And you can't widen Atlas Road. I mean, there's just no room for you to do it. And I guess what all we're trying to say is that, yeah, I know that Coeur d'Alene needs to grow, but it's always been about infrastructure, always. And we don't see anything happening there. We just don't. This thing on Industrial Loop, that was great. We're happy that happened. But we also see the downhill trickle from the rest of Coeur coming in. And I got to tell you, I love our home. My wife and I both do. But we're really thinking about moving because nobody's taking care of business that we can see. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Allison? Okay, thank you. Hi.
Hi there. My name's Allison Cross. I live on Buckskin Road. Hi, Sarah. I'm going to just add my agreement to everything that's already been said, but I have one other thing that probably hasn't been said. I'm a little disappointed to see the smallness in the size of the Industrial Loop connector road. You guys know, because you've seen all of our letters, we've been writing them, we're really hanging our hopes that Industrial Loop is going to be a major connector. Major. We know that Nez Perce and Appaloosa, it's been pretty clear tonight, that's happening. I prefer that it wasn't, but I know that it is. But we, as a neighborhood, and we are more organized than you think, we are definitely lobbying that Industrial Loop would be a major connector. And what I've seen tonight, it's too small. And if we approve what we saw on this plan tonight, and then we go into the second and third phases, and this little connector road is already approved, whoever's on the planning commission at that time is going to say, too bad, so sad, it's already been determined. That's not fair. It's not right. They are connected. Phase 1 and Phase 2 and Phase 3 are very much interconnected. What happens tonight affects Phase 2. Please, please, reject the layout with Industrial Loop. It needs to be a major connector. We've got to take the traffic away from the southern part of the development and start getting it through that Industrial Loop. Yes, there's big trucks on there. Do you know what's going to happen to Nez Perce when the big trucks are coming through Nez Perce? It's going to be terrible. And there's driveways. So I'm just encouraging you guys to just decline, reject it, take it back to the drawing board. That's what the neighborhood wants. I think you guys know that. You've been seeing our letters. You know that that's the thrust of the neighborhood. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Raymond Shook?
Hello, thank you.
I'm a resident on Nez Perce on the Northshire side, and I know I'm not supposed to talk about that neighborhood, but I agree with everything that everybody else has said about kicking this can down the road. You don't want us talking about it. I'd like to see the plan for phase 2 and 3, and I'd also like to know why you're letting them build this thing and dump that traffic on the Atlas Road, which I have seen for 45 years get from Hanley down to Celtice, one Band-Aid after another. It's a crappy road, and you're talking about putting a lot more traffic on it. And I think what you really need to look at is putting another you need to run a main artery down to Celtice for this neighborhood. These guys are gonna make millions, billions of dollars or whatever, and they're gonna ruin our neighborhoods. Build an artery down to Celtice, and you might have to buy a little property to do it. I worked on roads for 40 years around here, and I've put Band-Aids on Atlas Road several times working for paving companies here. And it's like the only road in town you've never taken care of, and you're talking about dumping all this extra traffic on it. Make them pay for developing Atlas Road or something, instead of just making things worse. I've seen the traffic down there at Celtice in the morning since they opened up Hanley and whatnot, and you're gonna dump more onto it. And the golf course area is gonna get way more traffic when they start coming out of there. What's gonna happen to our property values on Nez Perce and Aspaloosa? Yeah. Are we gonna have to pay for the improvements they're gonna need, or is that gonna be paid for by this company, or what? Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you. Holiday Sanderson?
Hi, I live on Sherwood Drive, which is in Queen Anne, just to the east of Indian Meadows and west of Atlas. Ever since Hanley opened, the impact on Atlas has been horrible. So when you start dumping all this extra traffic onto Hanley and onto the industrial loop, it's just going to get worse. So my request would be to a planning commission is to do some of that and think about the impact that all this traffic is going to have on those two roads. Certainly, the industrial loop needs to be increased. It's too small in this plan. You need to be able to get more cars out that way. And looking at the big picture, there needs to be big picture looking at Atlas and the effect on that. And hopefully, eventually, ensuring that most of the traffic in the entire Coeur d'Alene development gets emptied onto Hutter and not onto Atlas, because we can't make it any bigger. I mean, if you put a third lane in, everybody's going to get all gummed up turning left and left, because south of Kathleen, none of the roads match Fairway Hills and all that area. So I'm concerned, like everybody else here is concerned, about the horrible traffic that's going to increase. Please, please make Industrial Loop a bigger connector. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Picker is opposed but didn't indicate if he wanted to speak. Tom Burby, I'm sorry, Tom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I live in Queen Anne's Estates as well. I know you want to talk about that later, but is this the later commission or is it the planning commission, right? We need to think about this now. We've got, at a peak this summer, 19,000 cars down Atlas. Coeur is looking at 10,000+ more cars potentially going down Atlas, right? The elephant in the room is the other 600 acres on the other side of Hutter that no one's talking about. Whether it's brought into Coeur d'Alene or stays in Post Falls, there's still going to be cars going somewhere, right? So what's the plan? If any of you don't think that Atlas, Hanley, and Hutter are going to eventually have to be a 5-lane roads, then you're not qualified to be there. It has to. You just look at the numbers. It has to. And then the second part is we have this developer They're putting all these homes in, and that's been testified to necessitate another fire station, 15 more police officers in vehicles, another snowplow, 2 schools. Who's paying for that? The city can't pay their bills as it is without hitting us homeowners up with more property taxes every year, right? So what's the plan, right? February 7th, 2023, the Kootenai County Land Company agreed that night not to connect on those 3 streets, Appaloosa, Arrowhead, and Nez Pierce. And the city council didn't vote on it that night, they pushed it. And when they came back 2 weeks later, those roads were back in. So I know they can do it, they just don't want to do it. And to their point, it's your I know you're volunteers, and thank you, but it's your responsibility. You make the decisions that are gonna define this city going forward. So please, look at it, listen to us. When you have this many people come out in opposition, it should say something to you, right? There's got to be a better way, a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly?
Chairman,
Oh,
I got a
go
question
ahead.
for Hillary. I think we did an impact fee scheduling workshop last summer. Is that right? And can you just help me? I think we changed the fee schedule to get it up to date with current prices in order to cover the demands for all the different departments that Tom just referenced, whether it's fire, police, there were a bunch. So
Circulation
can
and
you
parks.
address that really quickly? And I think the key point is who's paying for the growth? Is it existing homeowners, taxpayers, or is it the developers and then those that purchase the properties?
Okay, so the city did update our impact fees, so that is great, and we have it on kind of a progressive schedule increase each year I think we did it for 5 years, so those have been updated, and they are more consistent with the neighboring communities. They were below market previously, so that does help pay for police, fire, as well as circulation improvements for roadways and for parks, and so we do have those impact fees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Kimberly, and I can't make out your last name. She lives on Sherwood Drive. Did not in. Oh, okay. Richard Bennett does not wish to speak and is opposed. Rhonda Bowling is opposed and does not wish to speak. Sarah Bennett is opposed and does wish to speak.
Hi, so I'm Sarah Bennett. I'm actually a resident on Moccasin in North Shire. And I think I bring just a couple more bits of substance to the conversation. I agree with everybody who is in opposition tonight. In regards to safety in the green spaces, I would ask for the burden of that cost to be on Coeur. That 10 feet of space between the back of 2 homes will cause a burden, I believe, for our law enforcement to have to potentially patrol that space. It's a dead space, and easy for vagrants to sleep back there. I have seen vagrants on Atlas Trail, so it's just something that that I would just caution us with as you make decisions for how this Coeur moves forward. With regard to the industrial loop, just making sure if this is going to be used by them, that there is adequate access for sidewalks, for the multifamily housing units that are going to be there. We'll have Alice population that is potentially, don't have vehicles. And so they're going to be seeking public transportation. They're going to access that on Atlas. So making sure that that is enough ingress, egress for the amount of traffic volume that industrial loop is going to need to handle. Again, burden needs to be on Coeur. They're going to make billions off of this project. We know that. It's a massive amount of space. Third point is in regards to Track C. And what I understand will be a gate, as well as a well, and a single-family home. So that gate, I understand that several of your commission, the commission members here don't like gates. I was at the last board meeting and learned that very well. So I want to bring something that's a little bit offhand but relevant to the situation between Lancaster and Hayden. So if we think of Lancaster and we think of English Point Road, and we know this connector of Meadowwood Lane. 20 years ago, the only access between Lancaster and Meadowwood Lane, if you can recall that, there was a connector there for development, but there were two fire, whatever you call them, like
Knox
fire
box.
service gates.
Knox box.
Knox box,
Gates
yes.
with a Knox box.
Exactly. Today, 20 years into the future, those no longer exist. So my concern for this commission is in regards to Northshire, that connector at Spires in phase 2 of this proposal tonight, is that eventually in 20 years that gate will go away and there will be a road from Coeur into Northshire, and we'll have all of that traffic easily flowing through, not just in the 3 points that we're talking about, that have been talked about with Industrial Loop, right, with Nez Perce and with Appaloosa, but Spires will eventually go through 20 years in the future. That gate will be gone. That's only accessible via our fire service. So just points of concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak that hasn't signed up before I ask the applicant to come up? Okay. Applicant come up to... Oh, go ahead. You guys want to come up and answer anything that has been said? If not, then...
Chance to rebut.
Yeah.
They do, just a
Rebuttal
minute.
of anything, yeah, come on, it's your turn.
Well, can we talk within our group for a second?
Excuse me?
Can we talk within our group and then?
Sure. Well, go ahead, talk within your group for...
Is Chris still here? Chris Mosley?
No.
Chris is back
No.
there. Chris is still back there.
Oh, Chris is there.
Can we ask him?
About the roads.
Just on the timeline for Atlas widening, it is on
Yeah.
our schedule.
I know. I'd like to know Atlas too.
Hillary?
Camp,
Hillary? Is Chris still here?
Yes, Chris?
Yeah, Chris, can I put you in the hot seat for a second? Since we've all been talking about stuff while you've been sitting in the back.
I haven't been listening at all.
You weren't listening? All good.
We're in the hot
So can you address the widening of Atlas?
Yes, I was hoping I would get the opportunity to do that.
I thought it might come up in the staff report, but can you address the timeline and what is already in the works for Atlas?
Yes, a few years ago, we got I believe it's a federal grant, but it's through Idaho Transportation Department to reconstruct Atlas Road from Celtice Way to Hanley Avenue. It's a $4.8 million grant. It will widen it to 3 lanes, put bike lanes on each side, and there will be some pedestrian crossing points because we can't really get a sidewalk in on the east side because of the Forest Service property there. But that, of course, with federal grants, everything takes a little while. So we're finally approaching the year 2028, where the design funding will be released. And then I don't think it has a construction year yet for it, so it'll probably be like 2031 or 2 or something like that. Sometimes those projects can move up depending on other projects that fall out of funding. So we hope that will happen, but we do have a plan to address that in somewhat near future, but we're counting on federal dollars to help us get there.
And the federal dollars, when we do get a federal grant, the advantage being that it's not all local dollars, but there'd be a match requirement, right? And so we'd have to pay just a fraction of what we would be otherwise.
Typically, it's 7.34%. Yes, it's a good return on our investment.
Okay.
Someone made the statement, Chris, that it's just not widenable. You can't widen it because you just can't. It's too constrained. You got the feds on one side with the nursery, and I've looked at it myself, going, is it? It's possible to obtain the land you need. It's normal process to do that. I guess the feds are subject to eminent domain or whatever you got to do to make it happen, right?
Right, we hope. Yes, there was a preliminary design done it was a conceptual design done for that portion of the project to make sure that it was all going to fit, determine how much right-of-way would need to be acquired, and pretty much there was a sliver of right-of-way that would be required to be acquired from the Forest Service. So we need to start conversations with them on that, but it's on that, west side of their property where there's just an access road and their fence there.
But to do the grant, you had to come up with a vision and sketches and lay it out, and it's doable.
Yes.
And it is being planned for, it's just a little further out than we'd like. Right?
Correct, yes, yes.
Okay.
Don't go.
Oh,
It does not.
So can we talk about industrial loop a little bit?
Yeah.
And just hearing the comments tonight, what are your thoughts on widening, developing, making it more robust than it currently is for future traffic flow?
Well, adding lanes to it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you'd be intersecting it into Atlas Road that's only one lane in each direction anyway. It is not classified as anything in the federal functional classification system. Like Atlas is an arterial road, but also, just for your information, Nez Perce was designated as an arterial. This year,
Is there a way to swap that designation?
well, I'm not sure because we just went through the process of redefining these designations over this past year.
Right.
I requested to change Nez Perce from an arterial to a collector because it just did not make sense to be such, that high of a rating on that road. Industrial Loop is not even identified on that.
Right.
But so I put in that request several months ago. It still has to be approved by Idaho Transportation Department, and then it has to be sent to Federal Highway Administration for final approval. So it's still stuck at ITD. I could inquire about what we can do with Industrial Loop, about adding that to it. It was never identified as anything because it didn't go anywhere, so it wouldn't be a collector or arterial. But we are aware that it does need some work. It's very alligator cracked through that whole area right there. So when Coeur goes in and puts in that left turn lane connection there, we might have to address the rest of that corridor out to Atlas Road there.
And then do you know, and Gabe might know if you don't know, the little piece of property purchased, so to the north of that, pretty close, is a storage unit facility on a separate parcel. Did you purchase the entire, right now, at least online, it looks like it's like the entire large corner parcel, or did you just purchase a sliver of right-of-way?
let's address
Whole
that.
corner parcel?
Yeah, okay, great. Good question. Oh. More for Chris.
One more, Chris. And we heard a couple people talk about, Atlas and queuing up going north. It gets a little backed up at rush hour at Kathleen, for example. I drive that all the time. I live off right after.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, I am. I live right off of Atlas, so I know how it goes, and there's most of the time it works pretty well. There's a few times I might take a different route, because I know better. But recalling from you, taught us all up here when we were doing the Atlas Mill redevelopment.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about traffic signals at Celtis and Ironwood, for example. And at that point, I realized we got ratings, A, B, C, D, kind of deals. Is there such a thing for the Kathleen Atlas? Have you done the little pocket study right there? Is that a D or is it a C, or is there any improvement that could get squeezed out of the timing of that stuff right there?
I'm not sure the letter grade on that, but I can say with 100% certainty there's some improvements we can make there. I know that we can add a westbound right turn lane to help relieve some of the pressure there. The widening itself will probably relieve some of that. We're also looking at doing signal timing between adjacent signals throughout the corridor. That's something we're starting to get into now with other corridors. We just did that with Government Way because we finally have traffic signal equipment that's new enough to accept programming like that.
So those are kind of things that, and I'm encouraged that we might be able to do long before the 2031 big deal, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, John.
Okay, I'd like to have Sean Messner with CivTech, he's
Sure.
the project traffic engineer, come up and address some of the traffic and give some background on what studies have been done, how studies are done, and what information is available.
You guys can address anything that you've heard.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Sean Messner with CivTech, the traffic engineer for the project. I've been up here before at the annexation process and at other times as well. So I just want to kind of recap on how traffic studies in the area are performed and how we coordinate with both KMPO and city staff as part of the process, and how the KMPO kind of plays into this overall master planning for the entire region. And so as part of the process for this project, we did an overall master study back in 22-23, where we looked at the entire development site of Coeur. We coordinated with the KMPO at that time to get their latest modeling information and coordinated with Ally to give her our best guess at the time at what development was going to occur. And she ran that KMPO model, provided us those details and that high-level analysis that was part of the annexation process. Typically, when you have master plan communities that are very large, you want to do a master traffic study for that so you can identify what those future improvements would be at build out. So we're talking 20, 30 years down the road, and that all feeds back into the city's comprehensive plan and into the regional model for improvements that are either borne by the development or in part due to the development. The impact fees would pay for city improvements. And so there's a very coordinated effort with all of that in the sense that we're being transparent about what's being developed. We're coordinating with the agencies for that traffic information. Once you start to break it down into individual phases, and what's part of our development agreement is that with each phase of Coeur, we're going to do a traffic study for each one of those phases separately. And what we do is, with the traffic study process, we'll coordinate with Mr. Bosley, talk about the horizon years that we're looking at. So we look at existing conditions, 5 years from that point in time when we think we'll have substantial build out of that particular phase, and then another 5 years beyond that when we're looking at the build out of that particular phase plus 5 years of growth within the region. So we coordinate again with the KMPO for what the regional trends are for development along those roadways, and we have kind of a regional growth rate that we apply to the existing traffic counts. So we go out, we perform traffic counts at all of our study intersections, we grow that traffic by the regional growth rate. So traffic on Atlas isn't all just traffic from Coeur d'Alene, it's from Hayden, it's from Rathdrum, it's from other parts of the region. And as the region grows, that traffic on those roadways is going to continue to grow. So we account for that. And then we add our site traffic to that, and we look at those impacts of what is needed by background growth and then what's needed when we add our site to that. And as Chris mentioned before, and as we've talked about, there's certain project improvements that are needed with those different phases. And then there's other projects that are needed because of the ambient growth, because of the growth of the region, in which the impact fees would pay for or help to pay for. So for this particular project, we looked at just the phase one itself, and we applied that site traffic to all of the regional growth. And that's what's within the Coeur traffic study, Coeur 1 traffic study. On our part, there is a Coeur phase 2 traffic study that was submitted to the city, but it was a kind of a mix-up on the internal part of our site and development team that that was submitted before Coeur 1, and it was kind of backwards. So there is in public record a Coeur 2 traffic study that's going to be revised. The reason it's going to be revised is what we do with each one of these individual traffic studies for the phase is when we look at that next phase, so phase 2 will come in next, phase 1 will be counted as background traffic. So we're not dismissing the traffic that'll be generated with Coeur 1. We're building upon that. And it's all in line with the master traffic study that we had at the very beginning of the annexation process in terms of number of units. So we're not just looking at one individual phase by itself. In that sense, we are accounting for previous phases that will get approved, hopefully, through Planning Commission and through Council. So we do those traffic counts at all of the study intersections. We apply the grading system of A through F, and that helps us analyze the congestion at each one of the intersections, and it also helps us identify what improvements would be needed to support the future growth. So within the traffic study, we did look at all of that. We made recommendations about what the improvements are and where the impact fees that are collected from the development could go to helping the city to improve regional flow. As Chris mentioned, the Atlas being 3 lanes, we accounted for that in the traffic study. We saw that as a project within the Transportation Improvement Program, and we assumed that that would be constructed near 2030. Again, this development is going to take several years. How many years will it take to build out?
Market dependent. Some of the structures will take a couple of years to build, even after the infrastructure, so.
Right, so here we are, almost 26. Construction will probably, some of
Begin
the.
in 26.
So, by 2030, not all of our site's going to be built out, I don't believe, or maybe part of it. But by that time, we're assuming that Atlas will be a 3-lane or a 3-lane roadway. And what Chris also mentioned about the signal timing, we recommended that as part of the recommendations for Atlas, is to do a corridor analysis of that and adjust the signal timing so you can get platoons of traffic through at the same time. That'll help the functionality of the roadway. It'll help to reduce the number of stops that people make. It'll hopefully improve the fact that you don't have to wait for 7 traffic lights to get through Kathleen, things of that nature. So we looked at all of that, and those are all part of the recommendations of the traffic report. Regarding some of our site traffic and where it's going, there is some traffic that will be going east of our site, either through Kathleen or taking Hanley over to Highway 95. There will be some traffic going south on Atlas to Celtice, but a large portion of the traffic is actually going west into Spokane to work. So all of these are residential units that are single family or multifamily, with the exception of the Affinity. And where the employment centers are within the region, there's almost equal traffic distribution between Spokane or Post Falls versus downtown Coeur d'Alene. And so there is a distribution of traffic to the west as well, using Hutter, using Hanley to get back over to Highway 41, and all of that's documented in the traffic study as well. So it's not all traffic going out to Atlas. There's a distribution, and that was coordinated with the KMPO as well.
And you also when you look at the individual plats, you're looking at other traffic mitigation that's not kind of the average, what we think of as lights and, widening roads, but you're also looking at curving a road, or I know there's some areas even of Coeur d'Alene Place where you go in and you're like, how do I get out of here? Different things like that help, our brain just kind of like, oh, we should go this way. Like, it just kind of moves the traffic in ways to get to those main roads that are maybe more subtle, not like hard, mitigation like a light. But I know you guys are looking at that kind of stuff too. And maybe as we go through the PUDs, you can point out some of those mitigation efforts, because I think some of them are maybe more subtle than we might notice,
And to that point, Coeur Boulevard, the way that it's laid out in the master plan with the curves is just for that. It's the focus, and Gabe kind of mentioned it before, of trying to focus our site traffic back to Coeur Boulevard so that traffic can exit or enter from Hanley and from Hutter.
And the landings in Coeur d'Alene Place are similar, and they're like beautiful in the fall, you know, with the trees on those boulevards, just like, oh, you just like want to drive that way, you know, so, but you don't think a lot about it. So I think maybe some of those efforts, like going forward, I think are helpful, because I know there are some subtle efforts to mitigate traffic too, but this particular piece, I do think it's a win. You got the connection at Industrial Loop. I don't know if it could be wider or not, and that parcel's kind of funky the way it aligns with Industrial Loop, because there is a building right there to the north that's not on the same parcel. I think that's a win. I do think we have no control over what goes on the other side of Hutter, but the fact that this is in the city of Coeur d'Alene, I know it's challenging it's such a big project, but at least we have control over some of those decisions instead of it being like right up to Coeur d'Alene but Post Falls, and something we wouldn't have, or the county, and we wouldn't have any say. So I think it's just like, I hope that everybody sticks around and is patient with us, because it's so big and there's lots of moving parts. And I think particularly and I feel you being in Indian Meadows, but I think there's just like, as a volunteer on the Planning Commission, there's like parts that we know are coming, but we just can't decide on yet. But we're trusting that there's a lot of really smart people and experts at the table helping getting us there. And we want to address those, but they're all kind of working with grants and working in timelines, and there is some planning going on behind the scenes. Quite a bit, I think, more than the time we sit up here. So,
When I was pleased to hear that there is a master traffic study that has been completed back in 2023. Has that been published, or is it readily available to all those in the room?
It's readily available.
I'm worried that a lot of us haven't seen that or weren't aware of that.
We've seen it in Indian Meadows, that's why
Yeah, it's available for the public. They've seen it.
As well as the Corte Terra 2 study?
It is, but I
that you've
caveat
completed?
that it's the one that's in with the city is going to be replaced with the revised one, because the timing of Coeur 2 and 1 kind of got flipped around. So.
Well, I'm sure there are plans that need to be evolved as new information comes about and as the projects get planned out, but it would be very beneficial if you made that information readily available, certainly to the residents of the communities that are going to be affected by it. And it sounds like that hasn't happened. So I'm surprised.
Yeah, I know that with all of the studies that we've prepared and submitted to the city, I believe those are available online, or through public records requests.
And in your recommendations in that master study, did you take into consideration improvements on the industrial loop?
At that time, there was not an industrial loop connection with the master study, so that's a new piece to that. And so the master study does not have that connection to industrial loop, nor any additional improvements to industrial loop. We did look at the industrial loop intersection at Atlas, and again, there were some signal timing recommendations through the master traffic study there. But at that particular time, this connection to industrial loop wasn't known.
We didn't own the property to facilitate that connection at that time.
So what the difference between the two is there is more traffic. There will be traffic using industrial loop and less traffic using the other connections throughout the system. So it does help. It helps to distribute the traffic.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, one quick thing. Did I understand you correctly that you said approximately 2/3 of the traffic would be distributed towards Post Falls and Spokane?
Not 2/3 of it, no. We have about, let me look real quick. I thought I had it up. It went away. Just so I give you the exact numbers. I've got it here, just to find it. So we had about 40% of the traffic going to the west. So about 2/3 of the traffic is staying either within Coeur d'Alene or going north.
Thank you.
No. Okay, thank you.
The percent east, just to kind of answer that. So we were showing about 10% of our site traffic using Hanley to the east of Atlas, 10% using Kathleen to the east of Atlas, 20% using Celtiz east of Atlas, and then about 6% going north on Atlas. And again, that was coordinated through the KMPO and through the traffic counts that we have.
And I guess that's all I have on the traffic, so.
Okay. Guys have any more? That's it? Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the public testimony on this, bring it to the commissioners for further discussion and hopefully a motion.
I have a question for Gabe, sorry. Sit down. That was one that was a public comment. The trail space, the buffer trail space, all the way down on the east side, that'll be maintained by the HOA, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of incorporated as far as the mowing and monitoring and that kind of thing, and then I guess if there was an issue, they would loop in the police.
With a 6-foot fence.
With a 6-foot privacy fence? Yeah.
Yes, and I think there was a assumption of a 10-foot wide space. In Coeur 1, that common area tract is 50 feet wide with a 12-foot asphalt path, and then.
Oh, so it's significantly wider than that. So similar to maybe like the Prairie Trail, like where it's a little bit landscaped, but the trail's right through the middle and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prairie Trail right of way
That one's probably
through our
larger.
trail subdivision is 100 feet wide.
Yeah.
So it's pretty wide.
But
It's not very landscaped. This will be a more landscape manicured corridor with trees. We also have that relocated 24-inch transmission main that'll be about 10 feet off the property line, so that won't have any trees on it. That'll be open, and then we'll have the trail adjacent to that to serve as access for the relocated transmission line. And then between the trail and our development will be where the trees are predominantly planted, where we don't have conflicts with underground
So that'll be a
utilities.
pretty solid buffer and it'll be
And then the
maintained.
fence on the property line.
Okay. And then I guess I was looking at just the bigger numbers. Now we have way too much, but it's 576 units, is that right? Somewhere around there. Anyways, it's about 21%. This phase one is about 21% of your cap of your 2,800 units. So that's a pretty good chunk. I just wanted to kind of highlight that, I guess, that is going to access Hanley or Industrial Loop. Of course, if you're on the west side of the development, I mean, Hutter's going to be quicker anyway for those ones. So it is a pretty good offload of traffic to those two, because at first I was a little, I may be a little annoyed with the density on the lot size because it's pretty small. But then I was thinking about my neighborhood and I'm thinking, well, actually leave it up there, right where you put that new connection. So I do think that's positive in that the density's up there with a new connection, kind of offloading it from everything south,
So all residential units in Coeur are closer to Hutter than they are to Atlas, right? So
Yeah.
everybody will be closer, and we're trying to make it as convenient as possible for people to get to Coeur Boulevard, north to Hanley, or southeast to Hutter at ultimate build out of the master plan. So that's been our traffic basis since the beginning.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion amongst us, or? Go ahead, John.
I think I appreciate everybody's role here tonight. From my 2 cents, we're volunteers. We're not paid to do this, but
Or elected.
Yeah, or elected. I applaud people taking the time to come down tonight. Staff's done an awesome job. Applicants answered a lot of tough questions. I think there's been a lot of good communication achieved tonight. We asked, what's the forum? This is part of it. I learned more about Atlas tonight than I knew about it. There's some low-hanging fruit things that Mr. Bosley said, might be able to be doable, and signal tweaks and right turn lane here, and some things to make things better while we wait for 2030, which will be here before you know it. The last 5 years went by pretty fast, but so that said, I emphasize our job is here tonight is to look at what's before us, not what's out there, and we have a subdivision and a PUD before us, and the attorney would beat us up if we didn't keep our focus on what are the findings. And Sean, the planner, laid out here's the findings and whatnot. You know, the little connection to industrial couldn't be perfect, isn't perfect. There's a few potholes in there and whatnot. But, you know, that said, I would say there's a fair amount of good here from, you know, the macro big picture, you know, in terms of what is trying to be achieved here. We got 5% affordable housing units. We got a 5.4 acre park. That's great. You know, the residential units that you see there, it's 3.9 units per acre. That's half of what's allowed density. So, you know, the housing variety I think is good. There's something for seniors in there and whatnot. I think the applicant's done a great job of just the physical layout of the thing. You know, here's where things belong, and a great deal of thought about sight lines and buffering the industrial from this and this and that. You know, the traffic mitigation is for this phase, and Mr. Bosley has a piece in the staff report that talks to that. He says that the traffic mitigation, the three items, the left turn pocket off industrial, signal timing between Hutter and Atlas on Hanley, and the signal at Coeur. Those are the things that he has to have mitigated, you know, and the applicant has said, I asked, are you on board with each and every of those conditions? And they said yes. So in my mind, this meets the findings.
Thank you, John. Good points, good points. Other comments? Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah. No one likes change, myself included. And usually when it has to do with growth, it's traffic. We all object to it. We want to sit in all afternoon, go into work, coming from work, whatever. This project, Coeur, as a concept plan, was approved 3.5 years ago. This, what you're doing now, phase one, it's what, 4, 5, 6 years to build out? So that we're 10 years out, and all we've got on that acreage is 500 plus units. A lot of units, but in a community like Coeur d'Alene and what's going on, it's probably essential units, particularly with the mix with elderly housing and apartments and single-family homes. I'm sure in your mind as the developer, you look down that south pathway and think, well, you're going to have more single-family homes, you're going to have this, that. That being the case, I would have a much difficult time thinking of a 10-foot setback next to single-family homes as opposed to next to an industrial park. That's the first thing. Second thing, I don't know how you can project what you'll be wanting to build on that property in 10 years. And it's like asking us to have a crystal ball to say, well, this isn't going to happen or that is going to happen. No way of us knowing that. No way of you knowing that either. The only thing I will say is I think the people on this commission have certainly heard what the people are concerned about, the connection through to Atlas and the current roadway conditions that are around there. Some may be fixed. I'm sure you're paying how many $1 million in different, not impact fees, but actually fees for the water, sewer, all those sorts of things. And when it comes time to do phase two, you're going to have show us how the impact of phase one doesn't impact phase two. That's pretty hard to do without justifying any additional traffic, any east-way drives. I'm not even sure why people would want to go east, essentially. I mean, a lot easier to go right across Hanley to get over into Coeur d'Alene, or if you're on the Hutter side, right down Hutter to southeast. Coming off of Atlas, but your only way through is Kathleen. That's not exactly a direct shot from Atlas. It kind of winds around. And to come through that residential neighborhood, I think it'd be a huge problem. A lot of houses in the way that you're going to have to buy if you expect to put a road through there. I don't see much of that happening either. But I just think you people need to pay attention, know what's going on. I mean, you sure knew about this today. I've seen 15 articles in the newspaper over the past 2 weeks all about this in traffic. I've got, I don't know, I think I only got about 15 letters, but I'd say 14 had to do with traffic. 12 of them had to do with traffic and thought industrial loop was a great way to address it at the current time. And I hope that between now and the next phase, there are some options we have to how to address it, not knowing at this point what you're going to be building. But, you know, I don't have a problem with what you're doing here, at least on this first phase. And I and the others, we hear what people are saying, but recognize your concerns as well.
Thank you, Phil. Other comments, or?
I agree with John's compliments to the staff and to the developer, and to all your comments that have, I think, created a project that has a lot going for it. I was really thankful that you start with Affinity. I think senior living is a big need in this area, like it is in most places. And to start with that project, I thought means a lot. And I agree that the parks are wonderful, the bike paths are great. The landscaping plan looks like it's more than we could ask for. I think that the addition of the access and egress through industrial loop makes an awful lot of sense. And I guess I would have a question for the group is, could we make improving that road a condition of approving phase one?
Improving industrial loop.
Industrial loop.
Making that road, you know, drivable, safe.
There is a condition on there already for the road, in adding a turn lane. Let's see, where is it at?
But does it address the potholes, the current
Doesn't
condition?
address the entire road, right, Hillary? It just addresses the turn.
That's just the turn, that's correct. That's condition number 28
Yeah,
that you have in
28.
there.
Not the half mile of road.
The developer will be responsible for adding a left turn lane on industrial loop at the proposed Coeur access and making signal timing changes and coordinating the traffic signals on Hanley and Atlas Road between Hutter Road and installing a new traffic signal. So and the installation of the new traffic signal on Hanley. The entire stretch of industrial loop is an existing street, and I guess Hillary could probably explain a little bit to the extent of a request.
I'd just say, I think, you know, we've heard from the city engineer, you know, he's worked with him many times, I think. They've consulted and he's identified the mitigations, and that's what he's put forth. I think we ought to support staff and respect that they've done their work and leave it at that.
They did also purchase that piece of property from our first pass at this. It's been purchased and is even an access point because of their contribution. So I think that's important to note, which we very much appreciate. So.
Can you finish what you were saying?
Well, I heard not only from Lynn and others that are very familiar, and obviously from the residents, that the road needs help beyond just the light and the coordination, that it's maybe too narrow, maybe it's not beefy enough, maybe there's too many potholes. Sounds like it needs more help than just the conditions that you read.
It does, and I think Hillary could probably speak to there's some state statutes, I guess, or rules to that effect, on if a developer is asked to, you know, do improvements that are from the contributions their development is impacting the community. But so if a road is an F, I guess maybe step back from that a little bit. If a road is an F now, you can't require them to make it an A if it was currently an F.
Right. So yeah, there's going to have to be the rational nexus.
I
like,
think
what's
the comment that really hit me was when, and I agree with it, you've got an elderly population in that high-density Affinity apartment complex that are going to be walking to public transportation, and the only way they can do that will be through that, or the most logical way would be going through.
Oh, I agree
commercial
on the
loop.
condition of that road, but I think there is actually,
Sidewalk.
Hillary can explain maybe the requirement that we have under that.
Yeah, so it is a little tricky when you're trying to have, if there's already a deficiency, trying to have a developer pay for something to come into compliance if it's not truly just their project, right? The road was designed as an industrial road for industrial businesses. It wasn't designed to be a fully functioning road with bike lanes and sidewalks and all of that. The pavement itself is deficient and has, as Chris Bilsey, city engineer, mentioned, kind of alligatored, and I think there's a plan that the city would probably come back in and do that with some of the, I don't know if we would chip seal it or if we would have to do, and we could bring Chris back up to speak to that. So there's either the repavement of it, that's something that the city could do, versus if you're talking about full-blown improvements to the road that it wasn't anticipated to be designed for that. And then, yes, depending on the designation of it, it doesn't have a classification, so we can't really go out and apply for grant funds.
Yeah, so I guess there's kind of a balance there, and I think Chris has evaluated it. I don't know if he wants to speak to it, but.
Well, just to follow up on all this, the one idea would be, and this is math in public, guys, Gabe, I'm looking at you, and Chris, I'm looking at you. Is there some kind of recommendation based on hearing Miss Carroll and other comments about the concerns of how grateful they are that industrial loop is an option, but is there a way to make it a better option? And is there some way, based on Commissioner Jamtas's point, is there some way we can write that in as a provision into approving this tremendous project? Is there something that you guys would want to flesh out? And Hillary, we're talking about funding, city funding here for something that we don't have the authority to do, and somehow it's not. So I don't know how that would work or if it's even possible. So start with you, and you guys can be thinking about it, but what do you think of that?
Any condition you add, the applicant team would have to agree to. So
Yeah.
it depends on what you're asking for. Are you asking for repavement? Or are you asking for other improvements? So that'd be something they'd have to weigh in, and it might be helpful, because I am certainly not an expert on roadways and all the other things, to have Chris maybe come back up.
Yeah, Chris.
If there's anything he could clarify for you.
All right, I just
Thank
want, okay, I'm going to reopen our meeting because I officially closed it, so I'm going to make the motion to reopen it.
Moved.
So we can have Chris and everybody else talk, or can I do that?
If you're just asking staff questions,
Okay,
you don't need to reopen the public hearing.
all righty. Go ahead, Chris.
I did have a conversation with the applicant about repaving Atlas Loop. It would take more than a chip seal. It would likely have to be the existing surface removed and replaced because it's so alligatored. That is a huge ask. It's a long ways
mile.
to be repaving a road that far. So I mean, I could guess what they're going to say, but you'd have to talk to them about it. It would be something that we could put into our chip or our overlay schedule as we put it together every year. It would likely be something that we wouldn't want to accomplish until after this phase is the infrastructure is built out, because unlike the development and annexation agreement that said that construction traffic can't go through Indian Meadows, there was nothing in there about it going through Industrial Loop. So I think the pavement would just take more of a beating over the next few years, but it's something that we can keep an eye on and put it in our schedule. We can't use impact fees for something like that, unfortunately. So, because it is not something that would increase capacity of the corridor.
Sounds like maybe it needs some attention anyway.
Yes.
And what you're saying, I think I heard that, you know, with the timing of all this, you would have multi-years to kind of get it into a plan without having to make it a crisis.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
I'll move approve the application.
We got to go through the findings on the PUD first.
He's getting it
I
up.
thought I
He's
made
got
them
it.
after if we got a second.
Second.
I got it, okay. Now I'll go through the findings.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm new
Well,
at this.
yeah, we'll go through the findings, and then you'll have a second on your findings. So go right ahead. And we'll help you if you need any.
This is going to take 20 minutes, but we'll start. The matter came before the Planning Commission December 9th to consider PUD 125, request to approve a planned unit development comprised of 3 phases, including active adult senior living, multifamily apartments, and single-family homes. The applicant, Affinity of Coeur LLC, and Goat at Coeur LLC, owner Lakeside Companies, approximately 64.12 acres. Findings of fact. The Planning and Zoning Commission finds the following facts. A1 through A14 have been established on a more probable than not basis, as shown on the record before it and on the testimony presented. Starting with A1, all public hearing notices have been posted, they have been provided by
Mr.
mail.
Chairman, sorry, may I
They have been
interrupt?
sent to all the,
May I interrupt, Commissioner Ward? I just want to make sure you're using the most recent version of the findings.
I got it right here, okay, thank you.
Toss it.
Okay.
So if
Yeah,
you
just
would
start.
read-
Part has changed so far, anything yet?
If you
Go
would
ahead,
just
Randy.
read the first paragraph under A again.
The Planning and Zoning Commission finds that the following facts, A1 through A14, have been established on a more probable basis than not basis, as shown on the record before it, and on the testimony and exhibits presented at the public hearing. The testimony was conflicting, and the Commission determined that the more credible and convincing evidence establishes the following. All public hearing requirements have been met for item PUD I-25. Notice of the public hearing was published in an official newspaper. The notice of the public hearing was posted on the premises no less than 1 week prior to the hearing. Notice of the hearing was provided by mail to property owners or purchasers of record. Notice of the public hearing was sent to all political subdivisions providing services in planning jurisdiction, including school district, and the manager or person in charge of the local public airport at least 15 days prior. Notice of public hearing was given to the pipeline company operating any existing interstate natural gas transmission pipeline or petroleum products pipeline. Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing of this matter on December 9th, 2025. A2, Coeur 1 is the first development within the Coeur project. The applicant is requesting the PUD and the subdivision of the 64 acres into dividing Coeur 1 into 3 phases. The property was annexed into the city of Coeur d'Alene as part of a 483-acre Coeur project in 2025. The subject property, known as Coeur 1, is zoned R3, R8, R17, and C17L, and is subject to the approved annexation of the development agreement, including amendments 1 and 2. Amendment number 2 of the development agreement approved by the City Council October 21st, modified in Exhibit E. Subject property is currently vacant and has been in agricultural use. The subject property abuts the industrial park to the east and is located south of the recently approved short subdivision that created the future middle school for CDA 271. The 2042 Comprehensive Future Land Use Map designations are urban neighborhood and single-family neighborhood. Single-family neighborhood places are lower density housing across areas Coeur d'Alene where most of the city residents live. Comprehensive plan transportation maps are also included for consideration related to the existing planned bicycle networks, existing planned walking networks, and existing and planned transit networks. Commission finds the following comprehensive plans and goals and objectives are applicable to the request and have been met. Coeur d'Alene citizens are well informed and responsive. All notices have been sent out, and people are aware here to state their position on the application. Goal 2, maintain a high quality of life for residents and businesses that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. Maintain the community's friendly, welcoming atmosphere and its small-town feel. Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for medium and low-income level, including young families, working class, which is enhanced by the inclusion of affordable housing as part of this application. It also supports the preserving existing housing stock, and opportunities for new affordable and workforce housing. Environmental and regulation, goal ER2, encourage and publicly owned and private recreation facilities for citizens of all ages. There are abundant recreation facilities provided as part of this application. Encourage and maintain public access to mountains, natural walking, biking, and trails. Protect and improve the urban forest while remaining defensible faces that reduce the potential of forest fire. Although there are many trees on the site, there are numerous trees being planted as part of this development. Growth and development. Develop a mix of land use throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. Balance of housing product types. This in itself includes 3 separate types. Recognize neighborhood and identify identities. Ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure to accommodate quality needs and future growth. Ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure. Provide accessible, safe, efficient traffic circulation for motorized vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. Health and safety. Support mental and physical health of Coeur d'Alene and the greater region. Provide safe programs, facilities, expand the services for the city's aging population. This application certainly does with its senior housing. Increase access and awareness. Continue to provide exceptional police, fire, and emergency services. 8, Coeur has been designed to include 3 district uses: senior living, apartment living, and the northern third R3 with single-family home, public city park, and a future passive and active recreation area. A9, the application provided building elevations, line of sight drawing, and images that convey the height distinction and the 9-foot increase on the senior housing facility. The line of sight drawings increase the height visibility from Hutter to the open space as well. Property is primarily flat. There are no topographical or other physical constraints. Coeur was anticipated as part of the larger Coeur project and conditions of the annexation development agreement. Coeur 1 would include 5.4 acres of public space, 8.97 acres of private open space for 14.37 acres, and 10% actually open space. The project meeting all exceeding off-street requirements, including the landscape required for parking lots in excess of 300. Homeowners Association will be responsible for continued maintenance of the private infrastructure, private roads, of public open space, private open space, and trails to serve the property. Conclusion of law. Based on the foregoing findings of fact, the Planning Commission makes the following conclusions of law. The proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plans, goals, and objectives. The design and planning of the site is compatible with the location, settings, and existing uses on adjacent property. The proposal is compatible with natural features of the site and adjoining property. The location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. The proposal does provide adequate common open space areas determined by the Commission. No less than 10% of gross land area free of buildings, streets, driveways, or parking areas. The common open space shall be accessible to all users of the development and usable for open space and recreational purposes. Off-street parking does provide parking sufficient for users. The proposal does provide for for an acceptable method of perpetual maintenance of all common property. Decision, the Planning Commission pursuant to the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law has determined that the requested PUD amendment does comply with the required evaluation with and should be approved with condition, the conditions specifically specified. Do I need to actually read the conditions out or just incorporate them by reference?
You can do reference, yeah.
Okay. All 28 conditions are included as part of this motion to approve the application as presented.
Thank you for that. I have a first by Commissioner Ward.
Second?
I have a second by Commissioner Ingalls. Can we have roll call, please?
Jam toss.
Approve? Yeah.
Ward.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Fleming.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Coppice.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. Next is the S225.
I'm tired.
Tired?
Do that one?
Go ahead, John.
I'll muddle through this one if you want.
Thank you.
So, again, with your patience, I'll try to speed it up a teeny bit with a little bit of summarizing, as far as I can get away with over there. So this S2-25 is a matter that's come before Planning and Zoning Commission on December 9th, 2025 to consider S2-25, a request to consider a preliminary plat to subdivide existing properties into 2 multifamily lots, 137 single-family lots, 13 tracks, a public park, and a city well site, all known as Coeur 1 subdivision, applicant Affinity at Coeur LLC, and the GOAT at Coeur and the GOAT at Coeur LLC. Owner is Lakeside Properties. Location is a 64 plus or minus 1.2 acre land located west of the industrial park in North Shire and south of the school district property. The motion would include findings of fact that the Planning Commission finds that the following facts, A1 through A7, have been established on a more probable than not basis as shown on the record before it and the testimony and exhibits presented at the public hearing. The testimony was conflicting, and the commission determined that the more credible and convincing evidence establishes the following facts. Fact A1, as Commissioner Ward, the very verbatim fact that all the public noticing was handled in accordance with code. A2, Coeur 1 is the first development within the Coeur project. And as Commissioner Ward described that as the 64.12 acre site with 595 residential units over 3 phases, 15.39 acres of associated open space, et cetera, et cetera. The Affinity, 170 age-restricted apartments, 4-story building, 9 units. That would be affordable. The phase 2 being the 137 single-family lots with 7 of those affordable. Phase 3 being the GOAT apartments with 288 multifamily units, 3-story walk-ups. 15 of those units would be affordable, and that be in the description. We wrestled and heard the 9-foot height increase and how that might be mitigated view-wise. We heard all of that testimony. A3 is we heard from Sean and the staff report that the city engineer has attested that the preliminary plat contains all of the general and normal preliminary plat elements required by municipal code. Fact A4, we determined that the property is vacant and it's in agricultural use. and there's a Yellowstone pipeline through there. We've looked at the nature and the character of the site. A5, we looked at staff report findings, comments, as Sean laid out all of the requirements from staff regarding sidewalks and streets and alleys and all of those normal improvements with the conditions, the 28 conditions that are included in this, that water, wastewater, streets, all those issues have been addressed to the, as necessary. A6, that the city engineer has indicated that for the purposes of the preliminary plans, that the subdivision design standards and improvement standards comply with municipal code, as have been as the PUD has approved deviations associated with the project. In fact, A7, that the proposed subdivision is in conformance with the existing zoning per, again, the associated PUD deviations that were approved. So with that, the conclusions of law that based on those facts presented, A1 through A7, the Planning and Zoning Commission makes the following conclusions of law: that all of the preliminary plat requirements have been met as attested to by the city engineer. B2, that the provision for sidewalks, streets, alleys, right-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities are adequate. B3, that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with all the subdivision design standards as modified by the approved PUD, or in accordance with chapter 16.15 and all of the subdivision improvement standards contained in chapter 16.40 requirements are approved as commensurate with the deviations approved in the PUD process. B4, that the lots proposed in the preliminary plat do meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district commensurate with the deviations approved through the previous approved PUD process. As a decision, the Planning and Zoning Commission, pursuant to the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law, has determined that the preliminary plat does comply with the required evaluation criteria without conditions other than the 28 conditions spelled out, and that the request should be approved, period. That's the motion.
Thank you very much, John. I have a first by Commissioner Ingalls.
May I clarify, sorry, that last one should be approved with conditions, because that should be the 28 conditions.
With the 28
Okay.
conditions. Thanks. I tried to make that, yeah.
Okay, I got a first by Commissioner Ingalls. and
Second.
I got a second by Commissioner Kopis. Can we have a roll call, please?
Fleming,
Yes.
McCracken,
Yes.
Coppice,
Yes.
Messina,
Yes.
Jamtas,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Motion is approved. Now just need a simple motion for approval or denial on the LS1-1,
I motion we approve the landscaping plan,
I have a-
LS 1-25.
I have a motion by Commissioner McCracken. I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleming. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, LS1-25 is approved. That, we're going to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, 10's good.
A
And can
10-minute
you-
break, and we will Zoom the meeting after that.
Perfect. And can you clarify too the note on the agenda just about the appeal for any decisions that are final made by the Planning and Zoning Commission? Oh, I guess, okay, I'll read it. Please note, any final decision made by Planning and Zoning Commission is appealable within 15 days of the decision pursuant to sections 1709, 705 through 1709, 715, Title 17 zoning.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back.
What's that? What are we coming back? The last night, this one?
That was the meanest people I've seen.
plat request for 10 commercial lot known as Junction at Kathleen subdivision S-3-25. And Barbara's going to give us a presentation. Thank you for staying.
Yes, and good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your patience and being here so late. This is a very straightforward subdivision request, so I'm quite sure it's going to go quite a bit quicker. This is just Glacier 505 LLC with JUB Engineers as their consultant. The decision point we're talking about today is for the approval of a 10-lot, 2-tract preliminary plat known as Junction at Kathleen. The subject property has an existing building addressed as 505 West Kathleen, and the required notification was published in November 22. For context, as you can see, this property is bordered by Kathleen to the south. We've got US 95 on the right-hand side. In terms of surrounding businesses, we've got the Nissan dealer over on the east, as well as Super One Foods, Parker Toyota on the south, CDH Charter Academy on the west. And in terms of traffic, we have Ramsey Road to the west. We've got Government Way over on the east. Of course, Highway 95 is adjacent. East and west, Dalton Avenue and Kathleen Avenue. In terms of general background, this is there are 5 existing parcels, C17 zoning for commercial use, 10 new lots were proposed. This is a phased development, approximately 16 acres at US 95 and Kathleen Avenue. This is from their plat, and it's turned to the side, so just keep in mind now that north is to the left. So we have US 95 up on the top of the screen. This is to the east, and then south to Kathleen. So the 10 lots proposed, and it's going to be hard to read, so I'm just going to point them out for you. Lot 1 is here, Lot 2, Lot 3, Lot 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I've color-coded them just to give you, again, some visibility. We've got these blue lots are all facing US 95. We've got one corner lot with US 95 and Kathleen, 2 others facing Kathleen, and then 3 interior lots. In terms of accessibility, we have a new entry off of Kathleen here. We're removing the 2 existing entrances. The new entry will be further west. There will be an additional access point to the north off of Building Center Drive. And that's it for that screen. For demolition, the existing building that you've seen there at Kathleen and US 95, this one right here, there's a picture, I'm sure you've seen it, that will be demolished. The tracks that are on this proposed development, we have a private access road in Tract A. Tract B is a common stormwater containment area. And then right here, coming off of Tract A and looping back to Tract A, is a private driveway, and that will access lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. For phasing, this is, as I mentioned, a phase project. Phase 1 is going to be the 4 lots, lot 1, 2, 3, and 4. Anticipated to be finished, at least lot 3, in spring of 26. Because this is a phased development, you're going to see that Tract A is only going to be developed up to this north edge here, and then it's going to stop in the private driveway there. We had some coordination with fire, and we're going to have a hammerhead turnaround at that point. Future phasing is going to require that there'll be a hydraulic study to look at what the water main should be for the full looping of the system. That's in process right now from JUB, I understand it. And then we're also going to be requiring a full traffic impact study to look at the full development. So right now, under phase 1, we're just looking at these 4 lots. In order to have the next final plat done, they're going to have to prove that out with a full traffic analysis. History of the property, you can see the full property in red. In 1983, this piece that is cross-hatched was annexed into the city, rezoned to C17 in 2017. Here's this existing 50,000 square foot building built in 1979. That's when it's going to be demolished. Prior, it was a warehouse and distribution center for building materials. And again, it will be demolished early 2026. On the subdivision findings, there are 4 required findings. Rather than reading them here, we'll just read them on the individual screens as we look at them one by one. First one is B1, that all the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been met as attested to by the city engineer. This is the same plat that came with our drawings that were submitted. The finding the finding needs to be found for whether or not the preliminary requirements have or have not been met as attested by the city engineer. Chris Bosley did review these plans and has attested that the general consideration contains all of the general preliminary plat elements required for municipal code. And you can see your evaluation that will be needed tonight. Finding B2, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-way, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian bicycle facilities, and utilities are or are not adequate. This first screen shows you the utilities that are there, so you're going to see both sewer and water. Sewer is in, you can see down here in the legend, sewer is going to be in green and the water's in blue. And you can see, as we've already talked about, the first development is all going to be just in this phase 1, so we will have fire just doing this, but in the future phases, water is actually going to go through the full loop. Sewer is all on the perimeter, so that's already there. The next screen is stormwater management or drainage, and you can see, remember we mentioned this tract B is for a containment area, so you'll see that all of these are leading to this from the south, the connection there, on the north there. So we're covering drainage as shown in this drawing. This next drawing shows all of the sidewalks and streets. They're giving us a cross-section of what's anticipated for this main connection loop, and it is a full 26 feet wide. We've got 8-foot plantings on either side, as well as 6-foot sidewalks on either side. This is showing you by the crosshatch the utility easement through the main access loop. Sidewalks are being provided on both sides. We talked about, we also have sidewalks on the driveway, access driveway, and you can see the proposed landscaping. The next screen, I wanted to just give you a closer-in snapshot of what's on the original preliminary plat, showing again easements for utility, easements for this private drive here is also shown on here. We did ask, and they were nice enough to give us a 5-foot street tree easement all the way along the US 95 axis as well as along Kathleen. And you can also see some easements for, that they've got on here for monument signs. The final, we wanted to look at infrastructure that's there now. You can see this is a view of Kathleen looking towards the intersection. You can see we already have a nice wide sidewalk there as well as bike lanes and fully signalized intersection. Also existing infrastructure for pedestrians. We've got fully signaled pedestrian access across both directions at the intersection as well as crosswalks. So the determination here for finding B2, I'm not going to read that again. I think you're aware of it. City staff did review all of these plans, and those comments are in your staff report. The staff also provided 17 recommended conditions, which we will be going through, and your determination will be whether or not these have or have not been shown as adequate in the submission. Finding B3, the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all of the subdivision design standards contained in Chapter 1615 and the subdivision improvement standards in 1640. Engineering and planning have reviewed the plans and have found that both subdivision standards and improvement studies comply with the municipal code. And then here's your determination. Finding B4 is the lots proposed in the preliminary plat do or do not meet the requirements of applicable zoning district. As mentioned, this is a C17 zone. In general, you can see it's proposing 10 commercial lots, so perfect for C17. There were no requests for planned unit development or any special use permits. And as such, in terms of determination, we found that because there was no other deviations, all of these lots must meet minimum standards for the municipal code for C17 as well as the C17 design guidelines. Here are the 17 proposed conditions. We're not going to go through all of them. We'll just hit kind of the highlights of them. The first one has to do with the traffic impact studies. So again, as you'll see in your staff report, for phase one, we've got a traffic memorandum that talks about what happens in just phase one alone, and they found that no mitigation was required. But all for future development, we are requiring a full traffic impact study to look at the full build-out before any other final plats are pulled. Final plat for phase one is also going to include a dedication of 12 feet of right-of-way along Kathleen. That came out of some coordination with Campio, and they asked for that in case there was possible widening in the future of Kathleen. Nothing exciting here in terms of these conditions. There were some lines that water asked to be abandoned, and you saw those on the drawings. Water is also looked at phase one, and so we have phase one covered with some improvements that are required. And then for the rest of the development, we're saying, as you can read here, 12-inch water mains unless the hydraulic study that's currently being done shows that they need to be different, and then they would have to be changed. And then this flushing station has to do with the phase one development. I think this makes sense here. On condition 9, anything that's brought forward for future lots beyond lots 1 through 4 have to create that connecting loop that we talked about. And wastewater, most of these are pretty straightforward that you've probably seen in prior. Trails and Urban Forestry did ask for the sidewalk. Right now, the sidewalk in Kathleen is actually in very good shape per our city engineer. However, he has asked if anything does not meet ADA, he's going to ask for that sidewalk to be replaced. So Trails has asked if Kathleen is replaced, that it be replaced with a shared use asphalt pathway, 10-foot pathway. And then they're also asking that for the tree easements that are put in, we wouldn't want every lot to have different trees put in, so the CCNRs are actually going to call that out. So in the full development all along US 95 as well as Kathleen, it'll be the same tree species. It'll look like a one development. And Fire and Police had no conditions currently. The decision point for tonight is again for a 10-lot, 2-track preliminary plat to be known as Junction at Kathleen. And what's before you tonight, Commissioners, is to consider the request and determine one of the following: approve with these 17 conditions, approve without the conditions, deny, or deny without prejudice.
Questions of Barbara?
I've got a couple.
Yes.
That's a concrete sidewalk, and now they want an asphalt sidewalk beside the concrete sidewalk?
It's concrete now, and it would be replaced with asphalt if they have to change it out. And that was at the request of Trails.
Oh, okay. And then I don't see any site map that picks up the Fred Meyer Parker ingress on that hill that's opposite. And I just don't know where it is in comparison to this egress of this new road. Is there anything on our site maps that captures where that is? Because we do have left turns that back up. I go up and down that road a lot. So I can see what happens when you're trying to cross into what's coming up the hill and trying to get left, and you're trying to get across or go across and head down south on 95. And I want to know what's coming out of and where that load is coming off of Fred Meyer down that hill. And I just can't tell where their new egress is and this current ingress.
Yeah, to look at them side by
I think
side.
we need to capture that so they're not head on to one another. And I
It'd
know
be
they moved
helpful.
it down, which
Oh,
makes
that
sense.
Sorry to interrupt. It might be helpful to have Chris, maybe this image that she has up there.
If
Chris
there's
Mosley,
something that'll show us
speak
where
to that,
those
because he
roads
did
are.
have them adjust their entrance to align better with the
Down.
Parker Toyota entrance, just so that they're not offset. But I don't know, Chris, would it be helpful to
This isn't a great
clarify
image,
that?
but you might be able to pick it up.
Yeah, I had a
You see it there.
similar question to Chris about that alignment. I also drive that way a lot. That alignment, I'm surprised they're not asking for like a concrete median, so you can't take that left, because when you are going down the hill, when you're crossing over from Home Depot over 95, the visibility to take a left
Tough.
out of there, it just seems like a
tough.
conflict. And I don't know where it lines up with, Parker has two entrances
They have
there, I
two
think,
entrances.
and then Fred Meyer, so it seems like
So are we between the two?
maybe not till phase two, but it seems like there might be some conflict with those as is.
So their new proposed ingress egress for this development is directly across from the Parker Toyota access
The
right
most
there.
easterly one then of the.
Correct.
It's not the shared Fred Meyer Parker. It's
Correct,
the
right,
most
right.
easterly
That one's
direct-
further west than any of this. But when they first drew this plan up, it was slightly offset with Parker's, and that made me worry that there were going to be left turn conflicts because two people turning left opposite directions would be in each other's way and cause conflict. So they, at my request, relocated that approach to be directly across from Parker's. So now we eliminate that left turn conflict.
Yeah.
A concrete median, of course, would solve all of that, but that would be a big issue, I'm sure, for this development, as well as receive a lot of pushback from others as well. So
Yeah, it just
we're-
seems when people are trying to make that light before it changes across 95, they're usually going relatively fast.
Going pretty quick.
And that's a pretty quick
Yeah.
intersection right there.
Okay.
Oh, John, sorry.
Yeah, good report, Barbara. Thank you. And the theme tonight is roads and access, of course, so to follow up on that, when I looked at the packet, I noticed that Junction Way is in Tract A. It must be a private, I'm going to call it a private street. So, and I guess that's okay, I just, whether the applicant might talk to it or whatnot, just, I think it's probably appropriate as a private street, but recognize it's going to kind of function a lot like a street, and I think a comparable, if I can think of one, you might have familiarity since you developed a lot of Ironwood, is Ironwood Parkway that goes between Ironwood and Lakewood. It's kind of a street that's not a street, seems to function. If my worry was that it gets maintained, the potholes get fixed, somebody comes along to plow it or whatever, seems to work, and I guess this will too. I'll just kind of assume it will, but maybe you could just briefly touch on that when you come up. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions of Barbara? No? Okay. I guess, Ryan, you coming up? Or whomever wants to speak?
Probably not, so is there a, and then, you're gonna be down here somewhere, that's you right there.
Things are different back then, I guess.
You can just click.
They're better now, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, that'll work, thank you very much.
Hi, Ryan. It's nice to see your friendly face. I just got to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, welcome, Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and at this point, your endurance. My name is Ryan Knipp with Parkwood Business Properties. I'm a partner at Parkwood. We are the applicant, and we thought Barbara and staff did an excellent job in summarizing our project, how we meet the requirements. Those requirements include we've met the preliminary plat requirements. We've adequately provided for the provisions for sidewalks, roads, street lighting, fire protection, landscaping, and utilities. We comply with all of the subdivision design standards, and the lots proposed in the preliminary plat meet the requirements of the zoning district. And so I'm not going to be redundant and discuss our project, and I wanted to just explain a little bit about Parkwood. I've just got a few slides, take a few minutes, but then happy to answer any questions that you might have. Our business, we're a local commercial real estate development and management company. We were founded in 1975. We're second generation, and we're family owned. We all live here, raised our family here. I'm fourth generation, my kids are fifth generation. Our property types include office and medical office, retail, tech flex, hospitality, and multifamily. These next few slides are just pictures of our current buildings and projects that we developed, own, and currently manage. And I just wanted to show you just a few pictures of our properties to explain kind of our experience, our capabilities, and our project that we're in front of you tonight. It's Zone C17. All these projects you're going to see are allowed in that C17 zoning. I'm going to discuss a little bit of our Phase 1, but then the rest we don't have plans yet, but it could be any of these type of projects, and just wanted to convey to you we have that experience and that capability. So this building here is our 1250 Ironwood Drive building. It's a 3-story general office building. Here's another general office building nearby our 1110 Park Place building, 2-story building with a really nice atrium. Another general office building, our Riverview Tower office building, which is next to these other two general office buildings, as I discussed. Medical office. We have medical office product as well. This is our 700 Ironwood Drive building, and to the left is our 1919 Lincoln Way building. This is an aerial of those two buildings. These two buildings are connected via an underground tunnel connected to the Kootenai Health Hospital. This is one of our Tech Flex buildings, home to Advanced Input Systems. This is one of our multifamily projects. I was actually in front of all of you a few years ago regarding this project. We think it turned out really, really well, and this is called the Timbers in the Riverstone neighborhood. We own a couple of hotels, the Holiday Inn Express, the Spring Hill Suites, and then we own retail buildings as well, including Best Buy, and our Silver Lake at 95 Power Center, which is next to Best Buy. Both Best Buy and this center is along Highway 95. And then our grocery-anchored Prairie Shopping Center in Hayden, also along Highway 95, and you can see Highway 95 there. I've explained many projects that are on Highway 95 that are larger projects, if you see where I'm going here with this. But also see the abundance of greenery and trees, and that's a staple of Parkwood. We believe to have gracious landscaping, greenery, trees, and I want you now a segue into this latest project. It's an existing site that we want to redevelop. We're excited to redevelop this project, this 15 acres. And so this is the project that we're talking about, and here's the building. This does not represent our community. This is not Coeur d'Alene. We're ready to demolish this building. If we're so fortunate that you approve this preliminary plat tonight, we will literally start demo, we think, as soon as next week. It might take a few weeks to start the process, but we are ready to go, and we might start demo next week. Quickly, I'd like to discuss Phase 1 with you. You've seen this already, but in the dotted line is our Phase 1. It is 4 lots. Why we're getting kicked off and getting this started now is we're in negotiation with STCU to be on the corner lot, to have a branch and potentially a headquarters there. And so they're working on that design. And so we would start this Phase 1 next spring. STCU would start, we hope, construction in the summer and delivery in 2027. So we're going to move pretty fast on this Phase 1. So finally, the building is demolished. You're starting to see the design and start of our Grand Boulevard, trees, landscaping, etc. Future development. So beyond that dotted line, beyond those 4 lots, our strategy would be to identify the right use that would complement the site and the neighborhood. As mentioned, we want generous landscaping. We have a 55-foot wide tract to create this Grand Boulevard feel through the site. So you have the road, green landscaping on both sides, and sidewalks beyond that. So we just want this Grand Boulevard. At full build-out, we want this to feel connected and intentional, almost this village-type feel. Again, we don't know the uses yet. wait for the right use. But we want to be proud of this project. We want the Coeur d'Alene community to be proud of this project. So we're very excited to get moving forward on that. And with that, are there any questions?
I think just the part we talked about.
The road, is that right? Was that
Just the entry road.
Yeah, the entrance
the
related to Parker,
entrance, yes. And so our approach, I don't know, a few years back, we had two approaches. We closed one approach off by the request of the city. That approach was too close to Highway 95 and the intersection, and it just wasn't functional. We agreed to close that off. And in return down the road, we want to create two new approaches. Currently, we have one existing approach. We would demolish that and create a new approach just to the west of that existing approach. And that would line up with the Parker Toyotas. They have two approaches. It would be their west approach. So it gives you a little room for stacking from the intersection, so it's a little bit better for ingress and egress. So we think that's a pretty good alignment, so we agreed with Chris Bosley, let's relocate that existing approach a little bit to the west so it aligns with Parker Toyota's approach, and we think that'll be good for circulation.
Bill, you had a question?
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
I generally have no problem with the plat. City staff says it's okay, it meets requirements, it's good by me. And I do know who Parkwood is, but I have to ask, it's rather a convoluted plat. Is that future design imagined, or is something in the soil that dictates the way all that has to go?
Topography.
Slope. Topography.
It's, well.
It's a bowl.
So there's a reason why there's a phase one, because future phases, the topography, there's some unsuitable fill on the site. That's going to take a lot of work, a lot of study. We like the meandering boulevard. We think that's just kind of a nice design for the site. But at the end of the day, we don't know what those uses are, and those plat and the lot lines could adjust in the future. So we've got a good feel on that phase one, but lots 1 through 4, but
Right.
5 through 10, Commissioner Ward, I don't know, to be honest with you. That could change, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
John?
Yeah. Could you speak to, again, I asked the question of, I don't have any heartburn really, but I'm just, the appropriateness of this being a private rather than a public street. And assure me that it's going to be maintained nicely in perpetuity forever. And, is it a fair comparable to Ironwood Parkway? And that seems to be working well and all that. Just touch on that if you would.
Sure, I think so. Based on this boulevard, it's going to be generous with the street width, and we'll meet those requirements. The green space, I think it's 6 to 8 feet on each side, and then 8 feet on each side, and then a 6-foot sidewalk beyond that. So it's going to be very, very generous, allowing us for snow removal. We do a lot of it. We're used to it. We're capable, so it's going to look great. It has to look great. And so for the use of others on the street, I think it'll be very well maintained. We're going to have CC&Rs. There are going to be covenants tied to that. We'll manage it. There's 10 lots, but most likely we don't like to sell. So most of the lots we'll probably keep and own, and we're just going to manage that site like we do with a lot of our other properties. But we even had that discussion with the city, should it be public or private? And there's arguments either way. And I think Stacy, Principal Pepin, are you going to speak next? So we're going there anyway. I'll be circling back with a comment, but there's some discussion of some potential public roads as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll have you back if we need you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Stacy, you want to come? Stacy, just state your name and I'll have to swear you in.
Okay. My name is Stacy Pepin.
And do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
So, my name is Stacy Pepin. I'm the current principal at Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy. I have lived as a resident here for 40 years, and I know there is going to be growth. And so my job to come to you today is to ask you to really think about how you want to infill the rest of the city and what you want to do with your decisions. And I think you all take that very seriously, already hearing all of the testimony from today. So the Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy is a public school, and it's located immediately adjacent to the property that we're referring to. We are currently the #1 school in the state. So we put out the top students in the area, the top students in the state, and we inspire the best students in our area. So I really don't want to do anything that's going to hinder the safety of my students, and that's why I'm here. That's what I'm the most concerned about. I am so sorry, but I had a video that I was hoping to play during when I was talking, so it wouldn't be you could just watch it and listen at the same time. We took a video of drop-off and pickup in the morning around our street. So that is on the Building Center Drive right there. We do have flaggers that are approved by the city to help, but it's just going to walk you through. It's on fast speed, so you can see what it looks like. We do not have on a daily basis, our school experiences significant traffic and student safety constraints during our student drop-off and pickup. We are requesting that those factors be carefully considered as you evaluate the request to rezone. We do not provide public bus transportation, so nearly all of our approximately 600 students arrive and depart by private vehicle, producing heavy congestion on surrounding streets during our peak pickup and drop-off times, which is 2 times a day. In addition, we also have students walk or bike to campus, which increases the pedestrian safety concern in the area. The other thing we also do is our campus is a north and south building. Duncan Drive runs between the two parts, and so we have students crossing the road, approximately 600 every hour crossing that road. And the video at some point will show that during the day. Right here is the kids crossing the road during that day. This is a one-way road, but it would be right off of Building Center Drive, and is definitely a concern. It's very low traffic right now for our school, but it would definitely be affected by this. After reviewing the packet, we noted that no photographs or documentation or traffic conditions or intersections were west of the property to show any of this. And after talking with Ryan today, he came and visited with me, that it's supposed to be a part of phase 2 and phase 3 to look at a traffic study of that. But my concern is if this phase 1 is approved and the road shows going directly into Building Center Drive, that would make a very big safety concern for me and our students. The other direction that you can go out of our development is you can go to Dalton Avenue and North Pioneer Drive, and that intersection has been horrible since I was in high school, forever. It's ridiculous. So any additional traffic would have to go that way or go through Kathleen that comes there, and those are both would be very congested. So for these reasons, we ask that Mrs. Hammond, the vice principal, and I, who's not here tonight, ask the city require the applicant to demonstrate that there will not be an adverse or hazardous effect to our student safety prior to approval of a new zoning. I would like to invite each of the commission members. You're invited to come observe our campus during peak drop-off or pickup time so you can see the conditions firsthand, and I'd be happy to coordinate a time that works for you. So thank you for your attention to these important safety and traffic concerns to keep our brightest and best students in Coeur d'Alene safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are the only 2 people I have on the list. Ryan, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Come on up.
Okay. Is this the one you want, Ryan?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So, let's see if I can.
We close
Yeah,
bookmark.
okay, sorry. There we go.
Will that help?
All right, that
Thank you
looks a
very
little
much.
prettier.
Principal, and I call her Stacy because Principal Pepin and I went to Coeur d'Alene High School together. So we had a good conversation today, and we understand her concerns. My kids went to charter. My business partner, Chris Meyer, his kids went to charter. We've been there. We've seen it. We understand. So we have not created that problem, but it is a challenge. And our phase 1 is very close to what traffic was generated when we had the Atlas Building Supply Building in operation, or BMC. So no impact there. Now, future impacts, that's where we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and figure it out. And so, as a condition with the city, which we agreed to, at phase one, that road does not connect to Building Center Drive. You saw the dotted line, it does not. In future phases, we have to work with the city, we have to do a traffic impact study, an update to it, and we have to work with the city, we have an idea with ITD, work with Charter to come up with a solution for future impact. So phase one, I don't think we have an issue. It's future phases, and we are required to work with the city before we can do future phases, and we understand that, and we agree to it. So what Principal Pepin was communicating here is this road will end right now in phase one, kind of in this area. So we're done for phase one, and it will not connect to Building Center Drive. But in future phases, that's when we have to work with the city of Coeur d'Alene and our neighbors to figure out how to mitigate future traffic in this area. And so our road would connect into Building Center Drive here. You will see we're already doing work with ITD, just beginning conversations to see if we can convince them to get on board with approving a right-in, right-out off Highway 95. We would dedicate our property to the city of Coeur d'Alene. That could be a public road that connects into Building Center Drive. And not only are we mitigating our future traffic, but now we're coming up with a solution that we did not cause, but trying to be a good neighbor. And so we are actively now, next steps after kind of this effort, we'll begin to start working with ITD and see if we can accomplish a right-in, right-out. So I just wanted to, I guess, convey to you, we're already working on it. We're already thinking about it.
I have a question on just the findings and the way we have it written out. Right now, we have it written as a 10-lot preliminary plat, but then there's a phase one and a phase two. Is there a way to just separate them and approve the phase one and then have the phase two come back when all that's figured out? Or
We'd had those conversations with the applicant team, and the thought was it's best to kind of understand the whole project. And so that's why they came forward with the full preliminary plat versus just the smaller area. But having it phased with these conditions built in offers that protection. And then if anything does change that's not substantially consistent with this, they would then have to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission, just like any other project, to amend the subdivision. So the thought was at least give the full picture of how everything's going to work so we understand the traffic, the utility connections, all those things. But knowing that the phase one doesn't have any of those impacts that need to be mitigated for traffic, and there's kind of a need to move forward quickly for the applicant team, that was the best approach. And staff was on board with having that, the conditions that gave the additional protections, do the additional studies, and then that may or may not necessitate a change to the preliminary plat.
Okay.
No, I just say, I hope you come with solutions, because my older boys 15 years ago were there, and I remember the pickup and drop off, and it hasn't changed since that video. So it's still craziness.
Chaos.
Yeah, so I know you guys will work together and come up with a solution down the road, so. And I'm glad to see finally the building gone.
Yeah.
I remember going in there and getting lumber when it was.
And it leaks like a
it was,
sieve.
It's like, each Halloween, I was like, oh gosh, not another one of those. But yeah, congratulations, hopefully. That thing will be gone.
Thank you. We're excited. We're ready. We're very, very ready.
We're all ready
Yeah.
too.
And
We figure the entire city of Coeur d'Alene's ready.
yeah,
Clapping.
thank you very much. Okay, with that, nothing else, I'll close public testimony and bring it to the commission for discussion and a motion. Please,
I'll make a motion.
go right ahead.
Sure. Go for it.
This matter coming before the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 9th. It's almost December 10th, I feel like.
Yeah.
December
Getting there.
9th to consider S 3-25, a 10-lot preliminary plat known as the Junction at Kathleen subdivision. The applicant, JUB Engineers. The owner, Glacier 505 Kathleen LLC, Parkwood. 15.8 acres, Zone C17 along the northwest corner of Kathleen Avenue and Highway 95 in Coeur d'Alene. The Planning Commission finds that the following facts, A1 through A7, have been established on a more probable than not basis as shown on the record before it, and the testimony exists presented to the public in the hearing today. The testimony was conflicting, and the Commission determined that more credible and convincing evidence establishes the following. All public hearing requirements have been met for S 3-25. This is the noticing requirements and the public hearing. Notice was mailed to property owners within 300 feet, and kind of those same ones that we always go through. A1 through A7. Based on the foregoing findings of fact, the Planning and Zoning Commission makes the following conclusions of law: that the city, or that all of the general preliminary plat requirements have been met as attested by the city engineer, that the provision for sidewalks, streets, alleys, right-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian, and bicycle facilities are adequate, that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with all the subdivision design standards as contained in Chapter 16.15 and all subdivision improvement standards contained in Chapter 16.40. The proposed, the lots in the proposed preliminary plat do meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. The Planning Commission, pursuant to the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law, has determined that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with the required evaluation criteria with conditions 1 through 17, and the request should be approved with conditions.
I have a motion by McCracken. You second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Commissioner Fleming. Can we have roll call, please?
Fleming,
Yes.
Messina,
Yes.
Ingalls,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Jamtas,
Yes.
Coppice,
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Okay. S-3-25 is approved. Congratulations and thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.
What do you think?